Great. Well, welcome back, everyone, for the third day of these deliberations, and I'm going to ask Councillor Kate to start off with a karakia. Oh, sorry. Sorry, there you go.
Some say that's a good place to keep me with no sound. It helps now and then to step back and take the long view. The kingdom is not only beyond our efforts, it is even beyond our vision. We accomplish in our lifetime only a tiny fraction of the magnificent enterprise that is God's work. Nothing we do is complete, which is another way of saying that the kingdom always lies beyond us. No statement says all that could be said. No prayer fully expresses our faith. No confession brings perfection. No pastoral visit brings wholeness. No program accomplishes the church's or indeed the district council's mission. No set of goals and objectives includes everything. This is what we're about. We plant the seeds that one day will grow. We water seeds already planted, knowing that they hold future promise. We lay foundations that will need further development. We provide yeast that produces effects far beyond our capabilities. We cannot do everything, and there's a sense of liberation in realising that. This enables us to do something and do it very well. It may be incomplete, a step along the way, an opportunity for the Lord's grace to enter and do the rest. We may never see the end results, but that is the difference between the master builder and the worker. We are workers, not master builders, ministers, not messiahs. We are prophets of a future not our own. Amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kate. Right, yes, you can open the door and invite members of the public in. Yeah. Just leave the door open, Philippa, thank you. Yeah. All right, well, welcome back for those online. Do we have, I don't see the screens on, I assume that people can see us on Facebook and so on. Yeah, great. So, look, welcome back. This is the third day of our third day of these second day of deliberations after the first day of questions and so on. So, sorry, do you finished? Oh, right. So, what I'm keen to do before we get into things is just to briefly summarise where we've got to with our decisions. And it's fair to say that there's been a fair bit on social media and not all of it is accurate. And so I want to make sure that the public hear what the actual decisions we made as to what the perception is that we made. So, but before I do, I'm just going to pass over to Councillor Glenda. You have a question?
Oh, thank you. No, I just wanted to, I need to declare a conflict of interest in the
right.
DC.
Okay.
Discussions for
okay,
today. Thank you.
Right, and the development contributions, yeah. And I'm the same as well. Anyone else got conflict of interest or declaration?
Sorry, it's not a conflict of interest, but I need to leave before 12:30.
Okay, great. And we've so declarations of interest. There are no further. And we do have an absentee. Okay, right. We'll just cover the absentee. We've got one absentee which we need to note, which is Councillor Jenny Duncan. And we have, I understand, some further information as well. So, do we need a mover and a seconder for absenteeism? Mover. Seconder, Councillor Peter. No, Councillor Philippa move. Councillor Peter for this is for the absenteeism of Councillor Jenny. And the other one is we have some further information, additional information. Okay, and I'll ask.
Through your worship, you should have on email, and we'll provide hard copy shortly, a updated table from the back of the Development Contributions Policy report for later today. There's just a couple of minor edits that we've made in response to some of the submissions that we've received. So we want to table that this morning so that you can add it into your decision when you consider that report later on today.
All right, is there any other, so we need to move that the additional information in relation to the development contributions policy is accepted. Can I have a mover? Councillor Ross, seconder. Councillor Kate. All right, all those in favour? Right. All those against? Motion carried. Right, any other formalities? Or is that, so I'm just going to briefly summarise the decisions that we made yesterday. As I said, there have been some inaccuracies and misinformation on social media, which is unfortunate, but hopefully in time we can rectify that. So here's a short summary of what's been decided so far. Please see yesterday's live streams on Council's Facebook site for real information, for actual information. And the decisions that we've made. So the first one is the potential $16 million of asset sales has been removed from the budget for now to allow further research and community engagement. This decision to retain the assets will add $450,000 of revenue for each year of the plan from investment income. So it's doing more with what we've got. The second one is the Davis Library will close 1 hour earlier each weekday and 2 hours earlier on Saturdays, rather than closing for a full day on Monday. The results are a likely saving of $33,000 per year. The Whanganui East Pool will remain open for the next summer. That's the 2024-25 summer at least, while the council explores a long-term plan for outdoor swimming in Whanganui. And what we said is we would work with that particular community, Whanganui East community, and other users of the pool to understand what that might look like. The Repertory Theatre will be put up for sale, with the existing tenants offered the right to buy it first for $1.
There's a very important point that you make
Can you put your microphone on? Sorry.
about the Whanganui East Pool. Is
Sure.
that the $2 million that's been put in capital fund
In the long term.
provision?
In the long, yeah.
And just, sorry, one minor, and that it is in brief, an options report for around both pools. So Whanganui East Pool open next season, and then an options report looking at both pools and engaging with the Whanganui East community.
Okay, yeah, great. So, no, thank you for that. I've just got the short summary here, but
Yeah.
no, importantly, there has been $2 million provisioned in the long-term plan for
Outdoor swimming.
yeah. And that the pool will remain open for at least the next summer. So that's probably the big bit. The bird aviary at Rotokawa, Virginia Lake will be closed and decommissioned, and the birds rehomed from 1 July 2024, mostly due to ongoing animal welfare concerns. The main string hanging baskets will stay as a summer-only display, and more of their funding will come from our CBD targeted rates. Instead of 50-50, it'll be 75-25 split. 25-75 split. The council will retain ownership of the New Zealand Glassworks and look for opportunities to generate more revenue. The rural rubbish drop-off points will continue as they are. Gonville Library's hours will remain unchanged, and the winter gardens will remain open, and community grant funding will be increased by $100,000 per year, which I think the latter is personally, I think, a good outcome. From a community perspective, our community, we need to lean into our community and see more community cohesive, more community cohesion going forward. On our investments for the future, councillors will continue to make decisions on this today, but it's been decided that funding for our roading, footpaths, drinking water, wastewater and stormwater will be increased to keep up with rising costs and for additional projects identified. The council will not invest in developing a hotel car park, but will progress a feasibility study to attract potential developers. Subject to a satisfactory business case and confirmed external funding, a new stage house will be built and a fly system implemented at the Royal Whanganui Opera House, and the Youth Council will have a budget. youth initiatives will have a budget of 40,000 approved from 1 July 2024, alongside the creation of a working party to rate recommendations on the appropriate structure for youth. Each of these decisions impact our budget, and once all decisions have been made by elected members, we'll be able to update you on what this means for next year's rates, which we know started off initially through this process at 17%. We went to the draft long-term plan at 10.6%. They rose at the start of this meeting to 10.8%. So, and it looks like they might be up a little bit beyond that, but we'll get confirmation of that in the next day or two. All right, so that's just to help people understand exactly where we're at. Any other questions before we move into the next items? No? Okay, great. So the next first item for today is Marae Development. We do have, like all of these, a council officer recommendation, but we also have elected member alternative recommendations. We've got the first one from Councillor Rob, Deputy Mayor Helen, and Councillor Michael. So the first one is...
I would offer to move mine down and put Councillor Craig's one first.
Yes, okay, great. Yeah, I was just about to ask that. That was still confirmed. So Councillor Rob approached me yesterday and indicated that he was happy if we take Deputy Mayor Helen's first, which is that Council notes that the unspent balance of 1.4
Recording
million
in progress.
better off funding from the Department of Internal Affairs continues to be available to Marae until 2027, and B, a business case identifying funding criteria is completed by 2027 for grant funding of community resilience and infrastructure development projects, and C, a budget of 40,000 is set aside for the business case, and D, a budget of 100,000 per year of grant funding is made available from years 2027-28 to 23-34, 2033-34, and co-funding is sought from relevant agencies. I'm just going to pass over to the Chief Executive to introduce this. And
through your worship, I just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce this item before you get into the motions, and I know we discussed it to a degree on, was it Wednesday, the first meeting? Blur's Day. But I want to just put a bit of context around why this is here, because that's a question that has been asked of me a couple of times. So I just want to maybe refresh your memory on the document that our policy team produced late last year that was titled the Wanganui Snapshot 2023. And in the demographics there, it identified that about 26.3% of our community identify as Māori. And obviously many of them will be paying rates, or if they're renting, through their landlord, they'll be paying rates. The reason that this item is here is it's not specifically about whether Marae play a role in civil defence. Yes, they can and do, but it's actually about making sure that our LTP has some balance and every part of our community can see a piece of themselves in the long-term plan. And if you run through some of the things that we fund and that we don't fund, you know, the long-term plan is quite Pakeha European-centric. The Royal Opera House, for example, is funded, but we don't provide funding towards Kapahaka. Cook's Gardens, athletics, funded, but not Wakaama. And I'm not trying to say that Māori don't participate in these or get benefit from the Opera House. I'm sure many do. But the same for our heritage strategy, and the restoration fund typically goes towards European architecture in the CBD. We fund our cemeteries, the crematorium, but nothing towards Urupa. So like I say, this isn't as much about justifying why the community at large will get benefit from the Marae upgrades. And you've heard many of the speakers from Hapu talk about how Marae are available for the whole community. But like I say, it's about making sure everyone can look at our long-term plan and see a bit of themselves in it. And I think that's maybe some just important context before you go into the debate on this one. A final point I'd make is if we look at the people that identified as Māori in the survey responses, about 70% of them supported the investment in marae. And to coin a phrase that Councillor Law has used regularly, let's give the people what they want. I'll take questions if you've got them, otherwise I'll let you go back to the motions.
Right. So do we have any questions? Councillor Kate.
I do. I have a couple of questions on this one. Could you talk us through the prioritisation and awarding process that is currently in place in terms of the distribution of the Better Off funding?
Through your worship, the current arrangement is governed by the funding criteria that was set by the Department of Internal Affairs when they provided the Better Off funding. One of the requirements for us to apply for that funding was that we had to engage with our local iwi and hapu and reach some form of mutual agreement around what the funding would be spent on. Through those discussions, it was agreed that a proportion of the Better Off funding would be allocated towards marae, and that would be distributed on an even basis. So each marae got the same amount of funding. Options around prioritisation based on need were considered, but ultimately that was where we landed, and that was accepted and signed off by the Department of Internal Affairs. Obviously, that is specific to that particular arrangement. Going forward, there's nothing to say that that basis of distribution couldn't be changed.
So you may not have got to thinking about this yet, but the criteria for if the officer recommendation eventuated, could you outline what you expected would occur in terms of development of a prioritisation tool and an award, criteria?
Yes, so through your worship, we've got 3 years before this funding kicks in as it's budgeted at the moment in 2028. Our expectation was that we would use that time to discuss with you as elected members, but also have discussions with the leadership from our hapu and marae, and again, hopefully come to some position where we've mutually agreed whatever funding criteria get put in place. Ultimately, it will come back to council because it is your responsibility as elected members to make that decision, and it's certainly nothing that I think is delegated to me to do on your behalf.
Thank you. So based on what you've seen and the discussions that have occurred in terms of awarding of funding thus far, this recommendation talks about a budget of 40,000 for each business case, 100,000 per year of grant funding, and then co-funding is sought from relevant agencies. Can you comment on any science that you could see that's behind those three recommendations?
Through your worship, probably not appropriate for me to comment on an elected member's alternative resolution. What I would say is that the funding for the business case, unless we needed to go and engage with consultants, is maybe a little bit on the generous side, because it's probably the kind of business case that we could prepare with staff resource. In terms of the 100k a year, when you consider that we have 20 marae within the boundaries of our district, I think 19 or 20, that obviously divides down to being a very small sum of money per.
Thank you.
Councillor Rob, I know we've sort of moved and second this, but do you have any questions in relation
Yes,
to?
so David, there's 1.4 million in this first initial tranche. You say that there's 400,000 been distributed so far. Can you tell us what that was spent on, please?
Through your worship, I'm off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what the spend to date is of that fund, because obviously there's projects under the way at the moment, so that 400k figure has probably moved since we last had that discussion. But typically, the kind of things that it's been spent on, some Marai have got old septic tank systems for their toilets that have been leaking, so their funding has been used to replace those septic tanks, and others have used the funding to repair roofs on their buildings. One Marai used their funding to connect to our water network so that they had a mains drinking water supply rather than being on tank water. Obviously, one of the benefits to council of that is we now have a new customer paying the targeted rates for our drinking water services. Yeah, that kind of gives you a flavour of the type of things that the money's been used for.
So the 400,000 that's gone out, so who has it been given to?
It is to the individual Marai. Some have received funding, others are still considering what projects they want to put forward for funding, and haven't received anything yet.
And so the $1 million, there must be some sort of allocation of that. I mean, if it's going to happen in the next 12 months. So what projects is that going to go against?
So the $1.4 million is the funding from the DIA, Department of Internal Affairs. That funding is split evenly across each Marai. And the conditions of our funding agreement with the DIA is that funding needs to be used by the end of 2027. So it doesn't have to be spent within the next 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah, and I suppose that's part of the logic as to why the budget for this in the long-term plan starts in 2028, is because it then provides some continuity once the Department of Internal Affairs funding runs out.
Okay.
Anything else there, Councillor Rob?
No.
Okay. Okay, no other questions? All good. All right, so look, we're going to look to move, obviously, Deputy Mayor Helen will move this as and Councillor Rob, be happy to second?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. Just a further question on this, of the mover. In the light of what the Chief Executive said about perhaps the over allowance on the business case, would it be agreeable to add that to the $100,000 rather than allocate that money to a business case? How do you feel about that? So it becomes 140 rather than per annum. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yes. Glad that wasn't.
All right, you've had your joke for the day, right? Thankfully, that probably didn't go on here. So, look, yes, it is a generous amount, and on reflection, what I wanted to do was ensure that there needed to be a set of criteria established about who could apply under a fund and under what criteria. That's what the business plan's about, and actually understanding how much need is out there, because at the moment I have no idea. So I'm happy that would it can get wrapped into, whatever. I don't think it's a big one, and I don't. Yeah.
So that would then shift to that 40.
You could, but it was only a 40,000 one-off. It wasn't for each project. It was, we've had no information about what the total need is out there, and over what period of time, and what criteria the fund should go to. That's what I would want that business case to establish before we would start doing the grants. This is a few years out, so.
Okay, does that answer your question sufficiently? Okay. All right, Councillor Charlotte.
Questions still?
Thank you. Yeah, this is a question. So, on just this to the mover, on reflection of the preamble from our chief executive, with the types of projects that have been undertaken so far into the Better Off funding, on reflection of that, do you think that $7,000 per marae would be sufficient for those kind of projects, like new septic tanks or new roofs?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for the question. So my set of motions actually isn't specific to marae at all. I accept that there is a need, but there's actually other buildings and facilities in our communities that I feel it should be an open playing field about who can apply, and it would be a contestable fund. So it's not a marae fund that I am proposing. And 100,000 is, I mean, this is 4 years away before this money would kick in anyway. And in that time, I'd hope a business case was developed and that amount of money was reassessed based on the economics of the time. But if I looked at parity with what other grant funding we've got currently available, we've got 150,000 for the Heritage Grant Fund, we've got 50,000 for the Sports Grant Fund, we've got, and that's just building, facilities. And there's about the rural horse trust gets about 80,000. I think they'll start getting from this current year. So it was about parity, and I also looked at submissions that, for example, Lana Tiki Clark from Coronity, they had support funding from TPK, Lion Foundation, Provincial Growth Fund, the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, Te Whakawhakai Trust, I've probably got that name wrong, Wanganui Community Foundation and Ātihau Trust. So they've got all that funding. So there's a lot of money out there to help support these projects. I'm not saying that council and ratepayer funding needs to totally pay for whatever need is out there in the community. So that's where I pitched the 100,000.
Thanks for that clarity.
Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, sorry, would the mover, and two questions, the mover and seconder, just with what the Chief Executive did say about C, the budget of 40,000, he saw that as being a bit high, so the words with, up to 40,000, if we could add the words up to 40,000, then that gives that scope.
Yeah, look, I think, I'd be happy to bring it down to 20. I just wanted something in the budget so that by the time you get into year 3 of the LTP, you had a little bit of money, if it needed to, for a comprehensive study of what the need was in our wider community around facilities support funding. So that's all rural and, and any community buildings, actually.
Okay, yeah, but so either changing those words or
Yeah,
lowering
look,
the amount.
I'd
The other
say
thing is, could we get clarity
A
on
budget of up to 20,000 as a placeholder. I'd be happy to move that.
Okay.
So is that,
Right.
and the other part there is, could the Chief Executive confirm, like, would that be rate fund, that 20,000 rate funded this year, or are we talking about that would be
No.
in year 3? Because it makes a difference.
Yeah. It wouldn't be till year 3 because the fund doesn't kick in,
Until
I think,
2028.
27, 28.
27, 28.
Yeah, and so my second question, I think it's kind of been clarified, but it was around the D, the budget of 100,000, and I think the Chief there was a kind of comment that per marae that might mean down to 17,000, but my understanding of this is obviously it's not just marae, it's community resilience, other community organisations, but in each year there'll be 100,000 from 2027 onwards for the rest of this plan. And, there might be a marae that has a significant, that might get 50,000, and there might be a couple of smaller other projects. Is that correct? It's not about 17,000 per year.
I've pitched this as a contestable fund.
Yeah.
So as need arises, they'll, whoever puts their funding application in, like all of our other contestable funds, they demonstrate a need, other support funding, and a decision would be made by whatever committee or group would be set up at that time and determine who would get what. And that's the same with all of our contestable funds on community support projects.
And so it does lead to E, which is co-funding and support from relevant agencies. Are you suggesting that council with this fund would be in doing that, or really it's saying, it seems to me it's more like perhaps council with the successful applicants seeks co-funding from relevant agencies, or is it just the applicants?
Look, I think the applicants on the whole would be responsible for getting their co-funding, but I am not against council giving help where it's needed. Some of the applicants from the marae did say we needed some help with applications, and I mean that's with a lot of our community groups. So as and when needed, I see no trouble, but most of these groups, with some help, would be able to access funds. We want our community to access as much third-party funding as possible, and I know some of them struggle with that, and there are government agencies who are popping up with money all the time, but you've got to know it's there and you've got to be able to put a coherent application in. So I think that's a role that council could really help our community.
Thank you. I just think on that, I know you sent this earlier, but didn't, would it not be more appropriate to say something like evidence of co-funding from relevant agencies is desired or is required?
Look, I don't think, I understand the intent, and your intent is the same as my intent. I don't think we need to get too prescriptive at this stage. This is still 3 years out. The idea of the business case would help to establish all those criteria in detail. I just wanted councillors to have a very clear idea of my thinking and the steps involved, because, you know, there is co-funding out there from agencies, and I want the public to know that council was just not looking to fund everybody for everything.
All right, thanks. Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thank you. I'm absolutely fine with this proposed resolution. It is for my own education, selfishly. Can I be educated as to why, separate to community grants in general and the aspirations of community committee, why this is separate from those two vehicles? It's not a complaint, it's just to educate myself. It's a separate pathway for iwi, and I'm just not sure where it sits or why.
So again, my resolutions are not about iwi. They are for the broader community, for applications that would further community resilience and infrastructure development projects.
Right.
So it's quite likely that it could come through the aspirations committee or some other grant thing. That's again what the business case would establish if we were to create this contestable fund. What mechanism it would come through council, and it's quite likely it could come through the existing channels. It's just really we should think of it as another grant fund, like the Heritage Grant Fund we've got the Sports Facilities Grant Fund. This would be a community resilience and infrastructure development project grant fund that was contestable.
Right, so initially the header was marae development, but it's actually much broader because you're saying it's actually a community resilience and infrastructure development projects is really the topic, but marae development, it could be a subset of that.
Well, this came, my set of submission, resolutions, was because we had this public consultation marae funding. I feel, yes, there is need for our marae buildings, absolutely. I've been on those marae and they need support, but they also have, there are also other parts of our community that need support for their facilities. There are a lot of community facilities out there, and I think before we would just say picking one sector, it should be a contestable grant fund, and therefore the committee will decide on need, on the applications, what is needed. You know, as the Rural Community Board rightly said, I think they've got about 7 community halls under their care, and they've been getting up to about $60,000 a year to help manage those, and we've granted them an increase, so I think it's going up to about 80,000 for all of their halls. And so, and then there are, as I said, the sports facilities have only got 50 grand. We have churches and community groups who are providing, in many cases, community resilience and what have you. I mean, we don't know the need, and that's again why I've asked for the business case. We've got to understand the need before we just choose one sector of our community.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you. Look, I know all councils commit future councils to debt with the likes of art galleries, swimming pools and projects that are already locked in, but is it fair to commit such funding to a future council so far out? We're talking not 27, 28 to 34.
So my only response to that, and it's perhaps an officer's response, but we are doing a 10-year plan, Charlie. So a 10-year plan is the government requires us to do a 10-year plan, and that requires us to look out into the future about where we might spend money. And of course, you do the 10-year plan review every 3 years. So this will actually get another look at before before the new council would be committed. But so it's in every 3 years.
Okay, cool.
Right, okay. Hopefully, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Helen. So hopefully everyone's got clarity around what this alternative recommendation is about. So I think we've had questions, and we've got a mover and a seconder. So we'll move to comments. Any comments around this item?
Clarify, are you putting in place the same kind of standing orders as yesterday, Mayor Andrew? 3 speakers for, 3
Correct.
against before we put the
Yep,
vote?
no, good point. Yes, no, so I'll do exactly the same thing with these. So. Private joke over there.
This is quite an important
We just
one.
both pushed the button very quickly when we realised that was the state.
All right, okay, gotcha, yeah. So there's lots of lights went up very quickly. And looks like you probably, so.
So I'll kick off. If
Yeah,
you like,
so I'll pass over to Deputy Mayor Helen to kick things off.
Yeah, thank you. Look, we had some very good submissions from our Marae community. And as I said earlier, they have got a lot of buildings up there, and I totally acknowledge that the Marae and other community buildings up on around the district provide community, and no doubt they also provide, in cases of natural disaster, they have a very important place in our community. And I actually want a fund established that enables us to provide the infrastructure needed, that in the case of natural disasters, that our community is well serviced, especially in the outlying areas, and we saw that in Hawke's Bay. I'm just not convinced that it is only Marae who need to have those facilities available, and that's why I have dropped Marae from my motions, but made it a community grant that looks at community resilience and infrastructure development projects. And I've asked for that a business case be developed, because we've got 3 years before this would kick in. So it looks at, well, what should we be providing for our community, especially in the more rural parts of it, in terms of those criteria? What is the need? Where should it go? Because there's no point having a whole lot in one area and absolutely nothing in any other parts of our area. We saw the big floods in 2015, how parts of our community were totally cut off. And I want to make sure, just like they do in Hawke's Bay, that they're going to have the Starlinks and the backup generators and all those type of facilities. That's what I want to see, and we don't have that plan, certainly not that I'm aware of. So I put a very modest sum in for a budget of $100,000 per year, and remember it's ratepayers' money, and that's not kicking in until year 27, 28, after the other fund disappears. But by then we should know what we need. You'll go through another 3-year plan review, and if you need to boost that amount of dollars, you can do so, because you'll have the business case that is telling you what the need is and what criteria we should establish. So I just think that that is a more equitable way to go for our community, and actually a better planning to go, and that is not denying the need of Marae. I just also want to remind people that there is actually a lot of funding available for, especially for Marae, through a lot of different agencies, and whatever we can do to help the Marae to make those applications, I think we should be giving that. And I think because sometimes that can be a lot of work. Every time you put a funding application in, it's a lot of work. So I acknowledge that, and I believe in the next couple of years, as this government funding is being utilised anyway, that's going to really help council and the staff to understand the need and what's available and what funding's available and what we're going to need to perhaps step into in the future. It's just too early for that at the moment. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Hopefully that's clear for the community and for all of us. So I'll go to Councillor Rob. Comments.
Thank you. I think it's, first of all, I believe that it should be stated that there's $1.4 million available for Marae, solely for Marae in this first period. And there's still $1 million of that to be picked up. So as a fund dedicated to Marae, that's quite a lot of money when it's added to other sources that they can add to it as well. What we're talking about here is an ongoing fund later. You know, and when you look at the real need in the community, it's not only Marae, and the real need amongst Maori, it's not only the Marae. If you look at Pūtiki, for instance, the residences that are suffering there with, you know, a sort of a 3-yearly flood, and the Kaumatua flats, you know, where water is above the floor level, they need it. You know, and when you look at the Upakanaro Hall, the state of that, we had a Maori chap come and present to us who wanted to do something about that and offered a very good case. This is the sort of fund. What I like about this, it's not whether it's Maori or non-Maori, anybody should be able to apply. And if a group come together and present a resilience project like the people in Tūrara Road, like the Pūtiki Drive, the issues around right up into Ikatara Road with the Matarawa Stream. You know, it's not just Maori or non-Maori. Okay, this fund will need to be added to. But going forward, there'll be a fund here, a contestable fund, which can be applied to and which can be added to other sources of funding. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. I'll be voting against this motion, and I will be supporting the officer recommendation for the reasons that David has outlined in his introduction. I really like, first of all, with these sorts of issues, to start off by talking about the philosophy or the underlying thinking behind a decision of this nature. And I'd make the point, first of all, that we achieve community cohesion where our citizens in the district and all its diversity see themselves represented in what the district looks and feels like. And if I can take everyone on a bit of a journey for a moment, beginning first in this chamber. Everyone look around this chamber. Look from William Hogg Watt on that side of the room, all the way around to Mayor Andrew Tripe here. There is not a single Māori mayor on the wall right now. You look up there, you see the Union Jack. You look around this room, and in general, you see lots of references to European and colonial architecture, and it's the same if you step out the front door and you walk down Victoria Avenue. You see the Rutland building, you see the Bank of New South Wales, the Bank of England. All the European historical buildings up and down the avenue around this district are what we see every day of our lives. And I'd ask everyone to consider what it's like to be part of New Zealand's Indigenous culture, where they don't necessarily see themselves represented on a day-to-day basis. And I'd also like everyone to consider the work that this council has done to change that by bringing art into the CBD, iwi art into the CBD, and so on. And if I can turn now specifically to the issue of funding marae, first of all, I'd say that we provide targeted funding to specific community groups all the time. So to suggest that we don't already do that does not actually reflect the precedent set by this council. And I make the point that yesterday no, I don't think we have yet, but I think we're likely to support $1 million alone going to the Surf Lifesaving Club. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I just say it to emphasise the fact that we target funding all the time. And if I can pique Councillor or Deputy Mayor Helen Craig's interest for a moment, I'd suggest that, what an exciting opportunity we have here to embark on what could be defined as an Indigenous heritage project for this council. Supporting Indigenous heritage in this district, supporting marae, supporting a type of architecture that cannot be found anywhere else around the world. And the thing that tourists, that people from countries all over the world come to us to see and are proud of seeing us celebrate. So think of it from that perspective. Then we think about it from the practical perspective as well, in terms of the value that marae provide to our community. And I've got here the submission from Te Ao Hau Marae, where they listed the myriad of activities that they provide on a regular basis. Tangihangi, hui, wānanga, at-risk men meeting fortnightly, hosting international colleges that are coming here to learn about Te Awa Tupua, language revitalisation, at-risk youth groups, open art exhibitions. I don't know how many of us went to the Artist Open Studios to see the exhibition that they provided earlier today, but I know Councillor Vincent was very excited about it because he talked to me about it for a long, long time. And so let's not think about this as us targeting a sector that receives the benefit in isolation. We all benefit from having well-funded, strong, resilient marae in this district. I know Councillor Charlotte is going to talk about some of the advantages around civil defence and resilience, but I really want to make a case for why we should be preserving our Indigenous heritage, because it's good for our community. And also, just to make the point that, again, this is only from 2027. We're not talking about an impost on the rates from next year. But by the way, if we were, I would still support it, because this is a good thing for us to be doing, and we should be proud to put this money in the budget. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, and well said, Josh. Tautoko to that. I will not be supporting this alternative recommendation, and I will be supporting the officer's recommendation. What I like about the officer's recommendation that this does not have is that it is specific to marae, and that it allows equal opportunity to every single one of our marae in our district, because it is known that some marae have more capability and opportunity to apply for funding than others. Yet we know that all marae need more resilience built into them, and just like any community building, needs some maintenance. So After Cyclone Gabrielle, there was an inquiry into the response of civil defence and emergency management, and it very strongly showed that Marae had a crucial and key part and role to play in any emergency management, and that had been taken for granted and misunderstood just how key that role was. Now, this is particularly relevant to our district, where we have a major awa running through our community, and we have communities quite remote all the way up our awa. We will absolutely, we have and we will rely on these marae to provide that emergency management for those communities, and we need to start building onto that resilience now. And we know that our marae need assistance to build that resilience. Josh talked really well about the community role that marae play, and all the kinds of things, all the kinds of events that take place on marae. So I won't touch on that. But I will say that there has historically been a lack of funding, of council funding, directly to marae. And the office's recommendation begins to create parity and equity that hasn't existed. So I will, again, not be supporting this alternative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this recommendation. I think it's overly prescriptive. As Councillor, Deputy Mayor has said, we will get another look at this. This is 27-28 that we're talking about putting aside this funding for. I support what the other speakers have said. And again, I'll make the comment that it's overly prescriptive, and it's not actually based on a lot of. I think it's educated guesses, but it's not actually based on facts, and so we need to do what's suggested in the officer recommendation, and that we establish the funding criteria for the allocation of this grant funding prior to 2027, not right now when we're guessing essentially at what the criteria might be. Totally accept what the Chief Executive has said about everybody needing to see themselves in this long-term plan. So I strongly suggest to you that the officer recommendation is supported and that this is voted down. Thank you.
All right. So we have 3 against this motion. We have 2 for. So do we have any others that are in favour? Councillor Philippa, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very supportive of iwi Māori. I'm very proud of a lot of the work that this council and previous councils have done. We have got an entranceway, a beautiful entranceway to into our chamber, as an example. Our support of Te Awa Tupua, the support of our the treaty settlement processes, the support of our iwi working parties. I supported, and this council has supported Māori sitting at our table at the next election, and very firm on that. I'm very proud to be in a very bicultural a country that needs to, with a growing Māori population, and the treaty being our founding document. And if I'm ever so fortunate to be a grandparent, I would just love to see my grandchildren speak, Te Reo and English. However, I believe to keep bringing this community together, and with community-led development, I support Councillor Hallen's resolutions. Our community, we've got a lot of older buildings, right through from sporting, cultural, heritage, that that we really haven't been able to support over the years enough. And I think, you know, what I like about this resolution is that, and what I expect is actually that council will prioritise applications from Māori and Marae as they come through when needed, as it will prioritise other applications. I mean, I'm the president of Wangani Rowing. We've just in the last couple of years spent, or had to find quite a bit of money and fundraise for most recently our tower, our finished facilities on the river, $55,000, and our canteen and our ablution blocks. And we have a winter series. There's a race this Sunday that's got rowers on the water, kayakers, 4 Waka Armour clubs there. They all use our facilities and they come into our clubs. And, you know, this is this is a community working together. You know, the truth is we got $8 million through what some would call, and most of us call, a bribe from the previous government around Three Waters, around taking ratepayers' assets, and I guess, yeah, taking our assets. We got a bribe, and it came up with $8 million, and that was great. That was non-rateable money, and we prioritised some projects, including Marae development, and fantastic. And there's still $1.5 million there over the next 3 years to support that. And I don't think that's the issue. But to come up with new ratepayers' money, I think the way forward is particularly, the way forward is to make that available for the whole community. So, what else do I want to say? Yeah, I just, you know, this is three years out or so. This council should have a couple of, hopefully, Māori members around it. These type of resolutions could quite easily be changed or something new. But at this stage, I think that we will take our community along a lot better with us by having an inclusive policy to really look at community resilience around our infrastructure and buildings. I've got my timer on too, 4 minutes 5. I'm quite proud of that. But that's all I really do need to say. So I would ask you to really consider this resolution, this set of resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. All right. So that's 3-4-3 against. I'm sorry, Councillor Peter. We've exhausted options and time is marching on. So there are. Yes. Sorry. Yep. Good point. Right of reply.
Thank you. Look, I don't disagree with anything anybody says around this table. They're all really valid points. I have been around this table the last couple of days saying evidence-based decision making. And even though this is in the future, we should be setting this up so we enable evidence-based decision making into the future. So we have no facts to base anything on at the moment around this table, except for our general knowledge that yes, there are a lot of Marae buildings and facilities that probably need work, but we actually don't know to what extent. We don't know to what extent other buildings, community buildings, need work. And I am particularly concerned about that emergency and recovery type need. So hence the and community resilience, the focus of my resolutions. If we're going to create a new grant fund, let's do it properly. Let's put some time and effort into it. We've got time to do that. And at this stage, I believe it should be open rather than narrow it to one focus need in our community or focus group. I put a modest $100,000 in there, but remember everything is loan funded and everything is ratepayer money. The officer recommendation is $500,000 a year. That's a huge amount of money. There is no equivalent.
I'm not sure what.
This keeps dropping out. There is no equivalent fund that I believe we've got. It doesn't mean that you can't have one-off applications like the Surf Life Season Club. So, and if you put in 500,000 to something that is focused in one area without any basis of a report, you're setting a big expectation for that group who are relying on that money. And I think that I don't want to set up an expectation in the community that money is going to be there in the future, you know, because it's such a lot of money and it's without the basis of that criteria set. I think it's a dangerous precedent to set. So that's where the focus of my submissions are. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So there are no further comments, and so I'm going to put the motion on the screen, and there's been a few changes, so I will read it out. That the Council A notes that the unspent balance of 1.4 million better off funding from the Department of Internal Affairs continues to be available to Marai until 2027, and B, requests the Chief Executive prepare a business case identifying funding criteria is completed by 2027 for grant funding of community resilience and infrastructure development projects, and C, approves a budget of up to 20,000 is set aside for the business case, and D, approves a budget of 100,000 per year of grant funding is made available from years 27-28 to 2033-34, and E, requests the Chief Executive seek co-funding from relevant agencies. So all those in favour? Councillors Charlie, Deputy Mayor Helen, Andrew, Councillor Rob and Philippa. All those against? Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Michael, Ross and Peter. So the motion is lost. So therefore we move to the alternative one, which is Councillor Michael's. Oh, so you'll go. Oh, so you just. Okay, sorry, my apologies, misunderstanding. So therefore we move to Councillor Rob's, which is that Council notes that the unspent balance of 1.4 million of better off funding from the Department of Internal Affairs continues to be available to Marai until 2027, and B, further Marai development projects after 2028 are to be submitted via business case to the annual plan or long-term plan process applicable at the time of application. So we've got a mover, Councillor Rob. Do we have can I have a seconder? Councillor Charlie. Are there any questions purely in relation to this? We've had a lot of questions, but is there any clarification around this? It's very simple language to me, so I don't think there should be any questions, but just in case. No? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Did I rush through that, did I?
You didn't rush through it, it just, yeah.
Okay, so just pause for a moment. Apparently that was a bit closer than I thought, that last one. Yep, so just take a moment. What's that? Yes. Yeah. So no, we're back on track. So no, it's all right. No, it's yeah. No, it was the confusion was that Councillor Jenny was away. So, but I think it was 5 votes to 7. Is that correct? Just lost. Yep. So we're up to and there are no questions on this. So we have a mover and a seconder. Do we have any comments around this? Councillor Rob, would you like to talk to it?
Thank you. This resolution is the resolution that councillors can vote for if you take notice of the submission process. Because the submissions clearly said do not provide the ongoing funding. 53% said do not provide, 38% 6% said to provide it. That's what this resolution is for. It recognises first that there's 1.4 million dedicated solely to marae development, and that will be picked up over the next year or so. So that's there. But then it says after that any further applications should come in the normal way that is applied to this council. A project is put forward, a business case around it, and we consider it as part of the annual plan or long-term plan process at the time that the application is made. Look, what I want to say here is, you know, if you want to really create division in our community, vote in favour of the officer recommendation, because the community have told us quite clearly what they want. And you know, when you look at need, in the latter part of this project, well, not project, but of this long-term plan that we're talking about here, iwi will have settled their claim. They have told us that it's at least $100 million. They will be investing that money, and there will be income from that money. And that income will be coming from the likes of the new courthouse that is going to be part of this claim, the police station, the income around this. There's going to be around $10 million per annum income for iwi. And when I look at this need, you know, I visit the Te Ao Marae reasonably regularly. I've been to Putiki reasonably regularly. I've been less frequently to the ones up in the river, but I don't detect there's a great issue around the state of these facilities. In fact, I'm quite amazed how good they are. You know, and to say that ratepayers should fund an iwi-only facility when we limit the rural halls to $75,000 per annum amongst all those halls, we close down one like the Upakanaro Hall, we don't give anything to the church halls and everybody else that provides facilities if there is an emergency. And let's face it, we've had one emergency in the last 10 years, 2015 flood. You know, it's not a very frequent time and a very frequent thing that happens. So I would urge you to vote in favour of this and treat the applications after the $1.4 million on their merit and as funds are available at the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Peter, you've been waiting very patiently.
Thank you, and I have been patient, but I knew I would have my chance to speak. So I would like to thank David for putting everything back into context. This is a replacement of a government fund or second tranche that Marae were promised. We are just replacing that. So I can only support the officer's recommendation. It will be well researched and considered, and yeah, so it needs to be respected. Marae is far more than just a civil defence facility. It is a place of culture, a holder of our history, both pre-colonial. It is a place of education, and it is an upholder of values. You are not just developing bricks and mortar, but a future. So let's not shoot ourselves in the foot and deny us that. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, so look, I will now be supporting Councillor Vincent's resolutions. Obviously, all the resolutions, well, I think apart from maybe Councillor Michael's, are looking at retaining the Three Waters taxpayer money, non-ratepayer money, that we'd already decided. No one is looking at rescinding that decision. But this is all. But I support Councillor Vincent's because it is really important that there is that there is a process, and it's not talking about we're not just putting 500,000 in the budget from 2027, 2028 on for the of ratepayers funding for the duration of this 10-year plan. We would not have done that with respect if we didn't get the Three Waters money. So so we can't just kind of replace taxpayers' money with ratepayers' money like that. I don't think iwi will thank us for this either. I really think this creates more division than more community well-being and support. And this is a very reasonable. This will be well respected. I believe that iwi would actually expect to go through a process. So yeah, we just. Unfortunately, Three Waters, we know it got stopped. There's about $18 million of money there that we didn't get. So are we going to get the rest of that $18 million too? Are we going to put that on our rates and keep going ahead to put it to projects that we thought we'd like to put it to? No, we're not. So we just simply shouldn't be doing this for Marae development. It's as simple as that. It's not about not supporting Marae. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. For this one, for me, it's been a bit of a complex issue, and the reason why is because I see things a little bit differently to a lot of people, and I actually agree with the Chief Executive on a whole range of motions. To me, Marae, and I really just want to really separate the idea from Marae and Māori and Hapu and iwi. Go on YouTube, you can work it out what it actually means. Not all Māori go to Marae, not all Marae I have an emphasis on Māori. Hapu, iwi, and Māori are different. But anyway, just touching a little bit. I'm concerned with the office recommendation for two reasons. One, it sets up future councils for failure with 500k in the budget that we know from experience they're probably going to cut, and therefore it'll be politically horrible for them in the future. So I don't like putting the money in. But I do like the idea that Marae are community areas that are used by all of the community, can be used by all of the community, should I say, and that the roads, pipes, emergency, everything is our responsibility to look after them. What I haven't seen, though, is a decent case to know how much money we should be spending and in which order, which is why my one was talking about the lowest cost of value projects first. There are, as one of the councillors mentioned, there are more who have more opportunities for funding. Yeah, absolutely. Some Marae are very good at getting funding. They're bigger. They can actually achieve more funding themselves. There are smaller ones that are in desecration. They need help first, which is why my one was looking at lowest cost of value projects. But I've already noticed I'm not going to win that one. So my problem now is to look at whether or not I have support this one and hope that the drawdown facility is going to be utilised so the people who need the money the most get the money the most. So yeah, I'm on the fence. Please convince me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this recommendation, and the reason why I would be supporting the officer recommendation rather than this, because there are similarities, is because the officer recommendation is essentially establishing a contestable fund across Marae. To have, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that anything that's contestable of a wider pool has the process for applying for that money is not through the annual plan process. It is a separate process. Have I made that clear? Did you understand it? Yeah. So, and I guess the overarching of that comment that I just made to the detail is that this is 27, 28 we're talking about. We need time to create the criteria and the process. I think forcing these applications for what is essentially a contestable fund through the annual plan process will not allow the nuances that are required to sort out the prioritisation pool that will undoubtedly be needed.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
I'm a bit lost. I don't want to support this resolution. So have we had 3 against?
No, we're 2 and 2, I think, at the moment. So.
Well, thank you. I'll keep it oddly simple, even for me. We've identified 2 Māori seats. We step forward. It doesn't involve money, but the minute you mention Māori or iwi or hapu or marae, whichever phrase you want to use, if it involves money, there's a reaction. And over 20-odd% of our population is Māori identified. We have Te Awa Tupua. So much of the marae is along the awa. The awa is greater than the river itself. It is the banks, it is the land, it is the tributaries that feed into the awa. This is part, to me, personally, having been partially raised on the marae as a child, I would support the officer's recommendation because it feeds into the awa. And that is where we need to be focusing. That legislation was passed 6 or 7 years ago. And we're slowly moving our way through it and acknowledging the obstacles and the challenges that brings. And part of that is educating our public. The public wanted Māori seats. We are moving forward. And to move forward requires some form of consistent funding for the Te Awa Tupua aspects. And the officer's recommendation part B supports what Councillor Kate was saying, that there is a process, a contestable fund specifically for the nuances attached to that other contestable funds do not provide because they are Eurocentric. And that locks out iwi as far as those nuances go. So we have that obligation, and so I will not be supporting this resolution.
Okay, thank you. We've got 3 against and 2 for. Is anyone for this? Councillor Charlie?
No, 2 for.
We've got 3 against and 2 for. So are there any other fours?
I can speak for it.
Yes.
Cool. I thought Michael spoke for it. Look, I agree with Councillor Rob and Philippa. We do this stuff in the vain hope that it's going to make things better for Maori as a whole. But in my opinion, it has a reverse effect. And all we're going to do is split the community once more. It worries me that we're going to go to the offer of recommendation, and the community's already said we don't want to do that. So I'm going to support Rob's.
Okay.
Would, well, just that, even if Councillor Jobin would, she made some comments about contestable fund and outside of the annual plan, and I just think we need to be clear what the Chief Executive, what he is thinking with his resolutions, because she referred to that, not the only one that referred to it. Okay. But
so contestable funding outside the long-term plan?
It's the officer's resolutions, and Kate's better to speak to it, but she talked about that she understood, I think, that this would be a contestable fund, the officer's resolution, and outside of the annual plan. If I might not be...
Okay.
But we need to know what we are talking about. If this was to fail, this resolution, and we are dropping down to the officers, does that make sense, David?
I think so. So it's contestable funds, I think, outside of this long-term plan.
Yes, through your worship. So the intention is that there is the budget agreed as part of this LTP, and once it's in the budget, assuming it goes in, there would be a contestable process in a similar way to the heritage grant funds that sits outside of the annual plan process in terms of how the annual budget is allocated in that given year. Obviously, as I said before, the intention would be to use the time between now and the budget kicking in to establish the criteria for the fund, and to do that with both yourselves and the hapu, so that we can hopefully reach mutual agreement on how the fund is allocated.
To be very clear, the officer resolution, it would mean there is 500,000 in from 2027-28. It's not that only part of that. There's 500,000, and it would kind of sit like we see community grants. It's kind of in the plan, but it won't necessarily be pulled up to be voted on each time, and it's looked to be spent each year.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. So on just my own just quick comment here is that if we go to the draft long-term plan, the consultation document, it says in here that under this section around marae development, as well as being a central part of iwi and hapu culture, marae also perform other important roles. This includes helping our communities to connect and supporting civil defence and emergency management responses to natural hazards, amongst other important roles. And when I think about that, I think Māori, from my own perspective, have a very different view that we often don't harness and tap into. Mataronga Māori is basically Māori knowledge, which I'm learning about all the time, and I think apart from anything else, how Māori actually what we can learn from them and how we respond to emergencies and civil defence issues is something that we need to take on board. And I just want to remind everyone that's the origin of this particular item here. So I'm going to put this alternative recommendation from Councillor Robb to the vote. There's no changes to the wording, so I'm not going to read it out. So all those in favour? Councillor Charlie, Deputy Mayor Helen, Councillor Robb, Councillor Philippa, all those against? Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Andrew, Michael, Ross and Peter. So this alternate recommendation is lost. Right, so we move then to Councillor Michael's. I know this is taking a while, but it is what it is. Councillor Michael's alternative recommendation, which is Section A, future grant funding is allocated on the basis that the projects with the highest cost to benefit ratio, I assume that is, are prioritised for funding, and B, further grant funding for marae upgrades is subject to a suitable business case for the required capital. I assume that's a single S for case. I assume Councillor Michael mover. Do we have a seconder for this? Do we have a seconder? Looks like we don't have a seconder. So yeah, the motion is lapsed. So sorry, Councillor Michael, but thank you for your effort putting that up. So therefore we move to the officer resolution. That Council approves A, grant funding of 500,000 per year from 2027 to 28 is provided for marae upgrades, and B, Council establishes funding criteria for the allocation of the marae upgrade grant funding prior to 2027. Can I have a mover, Councillor Ross, seconder, Councillor Charlotte? Do we have any questions? I'm assuming this has been well explained. That's fine, Councillor Charlotte. You're the mover, if that's okay, and Councillor Ross is the seconder. All right. So, any questions? We've got a question from Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. Can officers please advise the how 500,000 was established?
Through your worship, at this point in time, given you've got 3 years before the funding would kick in, the sum is effectively a nominal amount. If you go 20 marae, it's $25,000 per marae. It's really a simple pro-ratering of a relatively small sum per marae.
Was any evaluation made or inquiries made about what other funds were available from anywhere really, to help support marae funding?
Through your worship, yes. So if I give you some examples, there's certainly at least one, possibly two marae, three, that have indicated that when they call on the Better Off funding that's provisioned for them, they will be using that Better Off funding to supplement some funding that they've already got from central government, so that they can complete the work that they want to that isn't fully funded by the central government funding. And certainly I don't think any of the marae would disagree with the approach of trying to get co-funding where it's available.
All right. Councillor Rob. Question.
David, are you saying that it's $25,000 per annum per marae, that you would hand out $25,000 to each of these 20 marae each year?
Through your worship, no, that's not what we're saying. As we've talked about before, as we've talked about already this morning, Part B is about establishing the funding criteria. The 25,000 per marae was simply a way at arriving at the lump sum of 500,000. How it gets allocated, that hasn't been decided yet, and as I've already said this morning, that's for further discussion, and ultimately you as the governance team will make the final decision on that once officers have done some work to give you some options on it in conjunction with conversations with our hapu. But certainly at this point, no, I'm not expecting that we would just simply give $25,000 per marae arbitrarily every year.
Okay. All right. So no further question. Oh, so we have one from Councillor Ross and then Councillor Josh.
Oh, not a question. Sorry, from me.
I refrained from calling a point of order. However, I do want to speak to something. I think that if we, and it's been already discussed this morning about the opportunity for division in this community, I think using language like hand out 25,000 is not helpful, because the member knows full well that money does not just get handed out.
No, I don't.
It's not helpful language.
I have to say that I don't think you called a point of order, but you're looking for that to be clarified. I actually agree with you. The concept of a handout has got perceptions of being
inflammatory.
Inflammatory, yes. No, that's probably the right word. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Upheld. All right, Councillor Ross. I didn't think we'd have so many questions here. So if these are questions for clarification.
I have a question for this.
Okay.
I may have missed this because there's been 4 resolutions and a lot of interesting discussions. Forgive me if I've missed it, David. If there's unspent, and you might say this is part of Part B, but if there's unspent monies, that doesn't necessarily, does it roll over or not?
Through your worship, that is, I suppose, tied up in our normal processes of carry forwards. At the end of the financial year, officers bring a report with the proposed carry forwards. It's you guys as elected members that make the final decision on whether carry forwards are made or not.
On the annual report?
Yeah, of all of our carry forwards,
Yep.
we always bring a report at the end of the year. We schedule out the proposed carry forwards, and then as council, you agree to it or not. So I don't see any reason why this would be any different from every other budget we have.
So it falls back into our Eurocentric processes.
All right. So I'm assuming that these people are quick with the lights, and I'm not sure. Josh, Councillor Josh, do you have a question, or are you one?
No, I'm in the queue for a comment.
I thought that might be the case. So we have a mover, we have a seconder. Let's move to comments. So, Councillor Josh.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief on this, but I just wanted to pick up on some of the comments around the notion that providing a contestable fund for Marae is somehow divisive. And in response to it, I want to lean into some of the comments that Councillor Joblin made earlier around contestable funding. And I thought, for the benefit of this room, I just list out some of the contestable funds that I came up with off the top of my head that this council already provides. So we have the Climate Action Fund, we have the Heritage Grant Fund, we have the Welcoming Communities Fund, we have community contracts, we have public art funding, and we have event funding. And there seems to be this notion in the room that somehow we can't have a targeted fund and it should be available for everyone. And I just make the point that for the Heritage Grant Fund, we don't make it open to modern buildings. We target the fact that we want to preserve heritage. For the community contracts, we don't make it available to corporates or people running commercial businesses. We're targeting the fact that we want to support community organisations. We're being very specific about it. And by the same notion, we want to be specific about preserving marae, and there's nothing wrong with that. This council has already set a precedent for providing targeted contestable funds. There is no difference here. There's nothing divisive about continuing to do what we've always done for other areas of this community that need support. So let's not overcomplicate this. Let's not make it dramatic. Let's just recognise that there's a community in need, and that we have a really exciting opportunity before us to preserve our Indigenous heritage. Let's do it.
Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Thank you. You know, talking about a community in need, we'd really have to challenge that. You know, I mean, here we have a community within our community that is going to get, at the time that this 7-year period comes about, at least $100 million in treaty settlement claim, and have at least $10 million per annum available. So if you really want to divide the community, go against the submissions that we've had here, because boy, they're telling us very clear what this community thinks. This is not just $500,000. This is $4.5 million dedicated to this marae development. There is 1.4 million plus another 3.5, isn't it? Another 3.5, 3.9. You know, so it is a lot of money. And Councillor Josh mentioned the other funds we've got. Let's look at the $500,000 per annum and compare them. We have a community grant fund, which was $200,000 per annum, which we have just added $100,000 per annum to. So it's $300,000 per annum. Long, long way away from $500,000 each and every year. Now, and for that community grant fund, how many applications come in? 40, 50? And it's spread amongst a large number of people, of organisations. That's what this council currently does. This sits outside this. This says to a group within our community, here is $4.5 million over this period of time. And boy, that is a lot of money. And I think, I say once again, that if you want to create division, handout was $500,000, and I used the
It's-
word handout again.
Okay, that's a point of order for that. I've just raised that with the Councillor Rob, that is inflammatory language, and it's not acceptable in this room.
What consequences does the councillor have to have for disobeying your edict, Mr Mayor?
Code of conduct.
No, come on,
I'm not going to
people.
make a call
Can I
on...
suggest
No.
that he apologises and withdraws, and that will be an end of the matter?
Okay, that seems an appropriate...
No, well, I'd like a withdrawal
Okay.
of the comment.
Can
Thank
I,
you.
Can I ask, because I did make that pretty clear, Councillor Rob, that that was not helpful language, and you continued to use it. Will you make an apology and withdraw that statement?
Sorry, I will not make an apology or withdraw.
Okay, I just need to take a moment to consider how I handle this. Excuse me. Because we need a break anyway, so... so if we come back...
Keep our order, please.
Yes, I've got the order on here, so
Thank you,
let's
Andrew.
leave your microphones on. If we're back in 10 minutes' time, it's in regard to this item. And Councillor Robb's asked me if he can have a response to this, but I'm referring to Standing Orders 20.5 around contempt, where a member is subject to repeated cautions by the chairperson for disorderly conduct, whatever the disorderly conduct, it's relative to whoever, relative to a judgment from anyone, but the meeting may, for disorderly conduct, the meeting may, should it decide, resolve that the member is in contempt. So I would ask that Councillor Robb refrain from using the language handing out, but before I go any further, I'm going to pass over to Councillor Robb, who said he would like to. I'm going to ask if there could be a withdrawal and apology for this once again. So, Councillor Robb, I'll hand over to you to follow up.
Thank you, Your Worship. In this period that we've just been having this break, I've received a lot of text. And I just want to read out what one said. It said, "Well said, you are speaking on behalf of this community who said no." So I feel I've got to stay in this debate and stay in this room. So I am going to withdraw my comment and apologise.
Thank you very much. So there's certainly nothing wrong with the having an argument and an agreement or debate around the issue at hand. However, the language that we use, I would just caution everyone to be very careful about how we use our language. So thank you very much, Councillor Robb.
Good on you, Rob.
On your Rob.
So look, we're back to comments. Oh, we're still on questions. I can't remember. No, comments. Comments. So I'll go to Councillor Philippa. We're still in order of where we got to. So I'll pass over to you, Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty upset that I won't be supporting these resolutions today. I just sorry, I just want to get to them to get them right. Obviously I'm supporting the funding in place to 2027. I support Marae. I support iwi. I support a lot of what they're doing with their land claims. I think when we do get our Māori councillors coming onto our council, I think this will help with these kind of decisions. I'm actually unsure why on earth this issue is on this agenda when actually there's no decision to be made until the next long-term plan, because we all support the 500,000 in this long-term plan. That's the money that's left for the next 3 years. I just simply can't support $500,000 of new ratepayer funding for Marae upgrades from 2027, 2028 at this stage. It's as simple as that. 3 years' time with some Māori councillors on here might be, I look forward to them informing us more. I look forward to us really seeing, getting the updates on the projects that have been completed under this Better Off funding. But at this stage I can't, and I guess I see all the other projects, all the other grant funding we've got available is really available to our whole community. And I just see this as being, but yes, I guess it's culture based. And I think at this stage, it's not, the debate shouldn't be had now. It's not widely supported by our community. I believe it will create division, and I believe that 500,000 ratepayer money is significant and needs a whole lot better consideration at another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
I'll actually leave my comments to the final right of reply.
Yeah, great. Councillor Michael.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this motion for 3 reasons. One, I just think it needed a little tweak and it would have been fine. And the tweaks are that by putting grant funding at 500,000, you're assuming that this is grant funding. And as per my last motion, I don't think there should be grant funding. There should just be, if they need it, then you spend it. If a road is broken, you fix a road. If a roof is broken on a community hall, you fix the roof. I do not understand this separation or divisiveness. I would like all marae upgrades on Māori land to be brought in-house to the council so that we can ensure that all our people are well looked after for their water, their roads and their buildings. But I didn't get a seconder, so there you go. So I can't add 500,000 to a future council's grant funding because it goes from 1.2 to 1.7. $1.7 million on grants. Second of all, the funding criteria needs to be looked at and why. And the reason why that is for me is because, as I said earlier on, some marae are doing fine, others are doing very poorly. I don't want this evenly distributed. I want this done on need. Those that need should get more. Those who don't need should get nothing. And that's how it should work. To me, this is not a Māori versus Eurocentric argument. This is marae, which is a community hub, and they do need funding, and we need to figure out the right solution for that. I don't think it's going to be a charitable grant funding application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you. Councillor Joss spoke of various...
Charlie, sorry, could you bring your microphone
sorry.
closer?
Councillor Joss spoke of many community grants that are already in place, but these are multicultural. Maori, there's all sorts of people in those, whereas unlike Marae, they're not. It's one race, so I can't support this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hallam.
I think you've had 3 against, have you?
Oh, yes, we have. We've got anyone. Oh, so you're against. So anyone who is for this?
I think it's just me left.
Okay, right.
So there's been some commentary about some marae in particular who are doing very well, whose facilities are in excellent condition. One of those marae mentioned was Pūtiki. Now, I would suggest that next time you visit Pūtiki marae, you step foot inside the Waranui and inside the kitchen, because in fact it is not doing particularly well, and that marae has requested funding from the DIA multiple times over multiple years. They're in desperate need of a new commercial kitchen to feed an enormous amount of people on a regular basis, as they do. I would like to remind everyone in this room that 30% of our local population is Māori, and that is significantly higher than the average national population of Māori, yet still a minority. In my opinion, it is completely undemocratic and a terrible idea to ask a majority what their opinion is on a minority issue. And it's also worth reminding everyone, particularly those in the public, that a consultation process is not a referendum. It is one lens that we use to help us in our decision making, to test where our community is sitting on an issue. It is not a referendum. It is not a vote. It is a tool that we use, just one, in our decision making. Now, what is suggested here in the officer recommendation is not an unusual proposition for a 10-year plan. This is funding that is proposed from 2027, 2028. It is not going to impact our rates in year one of our plan. I would just like to re-emphasise a point that I have already made about a historical inequity of funding towards these community spaces. And because of that historical inequity in funding, most of these, in fact, I would go as far as saying, to an extent, to some degree, all of our marae are in need of building resilience and maintaining their infrastructure. So I would love to get as much support from this table as we can and support this officer recommendation. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. So that's all the comments. So we will now put this to the vote that the council approves grant funding of $500,000 per year from 2027 to 28 is provided for marae upgrades, and B, establishes funding criteria for the allocation of the marae upgrade grant funding prior to 2027. All those in favour? Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Andrew, Ross and Peter. All those against? Councillor Charlie, Helen, Michael, Rob, Philippa, abstain. We've obviously got Jenny, Councillor Jenny. So the motion is passed. All right. Thank you. That obviously took a long time. Full stop. Okay. Do you want to do that next? Okay. So let me just catch up to where we're at. We're going to go. I understand there's someone here who's been waiting very patiently to cover the tramway option. So let's do the tramway. Is that okay to go in that order? Okay, good. All right. So we might do a bit of to and fro a little bit. So that is what it is. But there is an officer recommendation only for this item, that the council approves the tram tracks project does not proceed. We've had the information. Can I have a mover for this? Any movers? Councillor Charlotte, seconder. Councillor Charlie. So any questions of clarification, or would David, would you like to talk to this, or are you happy with we just any questions of clarification? Okay, any questions? We have one from Deputy Mayor Helen.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that there's been a feasibility study which hasn't been released publicly yet because it's not quite finished off. But the indications, could you just tell us what it indicated in terms of the tram track and when and if we would reconsider this?
Through your worship, Deputy Mayor is correct. There is a feasibility study that is nearing completion. A draft has been shared with key stakeholders such as the Tramways Wanganui Trust, and we've had some verbal debriefs with the operating committee members as well. In response to feedback received from those key stakeholders, we're just making some final edits before the feasibility study is finished, and then it will be presented to councillors and released publicly. Based on the work done to date on that feasibility study, there are a number of operating and procedural and management changes that I think all parties, all stakeholders appear to be in agreement should be the priority first, and that any extension to the track is something that would come subsequent to those things being done, and I suppose the improvements associated with them being actually realised. So the officer's recommendation at this point in time is not to fund the track extension. Once the feasibility study has been finalised and received by council, the funding decision is relatively easy to reverse through an annual plan or the next LTP process if there is the appetite to fund it. But in the meantime, the recommendations for officers are focus on those lower cost operating practices because they're going to deliver some value quickly.
Okay.
So
Follow-up question?
just supplementary, I just wondered if we could amend that resolution to the tram tracks project does not proceed at this time.
Okay, at this time. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask Councillor Charlotte if she's happy.
Yeah, can you repeat that?
Just going to add the word at this time. The words at this time.
So it does not proceed at this time. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. And Charlie, you happy with that too? Yep. Okay. Right. All right. And Councillor Ross, you had a question, do you?
It's been pretty much answered, but I suppose it's for the benefit of the public. That feasibility study, although it's not quite finalised, I understand from what David said, the stakeholders have been advised of basically the contents of that feasibility study. So in general, they're kind of aware. They're kind of aware of the. I wouldn't say problems, but the future challenges that study has brought. So it's not like they don't know. Correct?
Through you, Your Worship, correct. I've shared the draft document myself with the trust, and I've been down personally to the tram shed to talk directly to the operating committee members to tell them what the conclusions or the preliminary conclusions of the feasibility study are. I'm sure they will be disappointed that the funding's not in the final LTP if you make this decision, but as I said before, there did seem to be general agreement around all of the other changes being necessary and the priority order that the feasibility study is putting them in.
And part two, final. Is it reasonable to suggest, because the document's not out to us and to the public as yet, that within that feasibility study there is consideration of possible other options to do with management or how they're going to operate into the future? There's possibilities.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, there are possibilities. Obviously, the tramway trusts are independent organisations, whilst they may have been created by council and have appointees to them, but from council, they are independent. So obviously any recommendations the feasibility study makes will need to be willingly adopted by the trusts. I don't think they can be imposed upon them.
Okay. No further questions. So we have a mover and a seconder. So any comments to this item? Deputy Mayor Helen.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I know that this will be very disappointing for the trust and the operating committee. I know that they will be very disappointed. We have yet to see the feasibility study, but it's not totally shutting the door. It's just there is not, from what I understand, the business case is not quite strong enough yet, the financial case. And this will be something that will develop over time, especially perhaps with some new arrangements. But I just want to acknowledge the huge effort that the Trust and especially the operating committee, those volunteers are down there at least 2 days a week, and especially on Sunday, and they have it open to the public, that tram. What a superb asset it is. The building, and they've got another tram in restoration. That is an invaluable service that those people are providing to this community. And I know that they desperately want an extension so that their efforts are fully utilised and that it has more meaning for people using the tram. And I think that all of this council will support their endeavours and wish to thank them. I know that's the case. So it's not that you're not valued, but we have to make decisions based on good financial background and information. And, you know, something like this, we just have to make sure we're making the right decision at the right time. And right now, we can't make that decision around funding allocation with any certainty. So keep the faith, keep doing what you're doing, and just thank you.
Yeah. I have to say, well said, Deputy Mayor Helen. I'll go to Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Yes, I will be voting for this recommendation and would just like to reiterate the thanks that the Deputy Mayor has made to the various groups involved and thank them for their contribution to this community, because it does add to the visitor experience down there. Like, it's quite gorgeous. So, yeah, thank you. I'd also like to record my thanks to the Chief Executive for, this information has only just become available, and I'd like to thank him for his prioritisation of communicating with the stakeholders before we went public on this decision, whichever way it went. So thanks to David for that.
Yeah, I agree. Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Yes, 24 years ago, David Hare walked into my office and said that he had this tram that he wanted to restore. And from that moment on, the next 10 years, I was quite involved in this, to the point of getting this down from Auckland, getting it restored as chairman of that operating trust, set up this whole trust system and the operating committee, built the tram shed on the site, and did a lot of work. And David Hare was quite a practical man, and he said that what his ambition was to see it operating on the streets of Wanganui again. And to an extent, I think we have fulfilled that, because David, in the discussions with David, he recognised all the issues around the tram that were going to make it very difficult to leave the riverside area. You know, he was quite open to, I mean, he would have loved to have seen it all over town. But there's been impractical ideas come forward over a period of time, and I'm in support of this, because I still think that we perhaps have to look at this project with a less ambitious lens, you know, and realise, like Auckland did. Auckland spent 8.9 million putting in a heritage tramway on the Viaduct Basin, have now removed it, you know, and offering the tram from Auckland, one of the trams from Auckland, to Wanganui. You know, so I think this is realistic, and I commend the volunteers in the Tramways Trust now, because they've taken this whole project to another stage. But I think that taking it from here is still not clear. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ross.
For me personally, it's sad that now is not the time. Financially, we just can't do it. But I want to thank my neighbour Bruce, who was a volunteer, who spoke to me over my fence for 7 years and updated me about his volunteer efforts. I want to thank Brian in the background, who's been here for 2.5 days, and we showed our respect to you for your mahi by bringing this item forward. So I want the public to know these volunteers are passionate. They've been there for years and years. Please do not lose your passion. It may not be the end of the road, but the track has come to a bit of a stop for now. And I think that's what we should be saying. It's not over till it's over, but it's not, for me, the right time financially for our community.
Yeah, great. Look, so what we've heard is that pretty much, Bruce and Brian, and look, there are a lot of others that they're involved around this as well, especially the operational trust and the volunteers. And so I don't want to dampen any enthusiasm, because we all know the passion that you have for the tram and what it means for our community as a point of difference for our, both heritage and transport options, or how we celebrate our heritage transport. Excuse me. And so, just like a lot of things in these deliberations, now is not the right time, and we would like to do all of the above that we've been deliberating on, but we have to say no now more than ever. This is the toughest time in a generation to make decisions around our future at this time, and so there comes a point where we just can't do everything, and so this is one of those. So without further ado, I'm going to put this to the vote, that the council approves the tram tracks project does not proceed at this time. All those in favour? Okay. Councillor pretty much, I don't know. So is anyone against? Anyone abstain? Okay. Councillor Michael, and it will be also Councillor Jenny, because she's not here, I assume. Oh, you'd abstain up there before, so okay, noted. So Councillor Michael is the only one against. Okay, so motion is passed. Thank you. All right. Probably best to keep this in order going forward. So so we'll go back to the start again. We've done Marae Development. Item 16 is Whanganui Surf Life Saving Service. We have a couple of alternative recommendations. One alternative recommendation, and that is from Councillor Kate. And so I assume that Councillor Kate will move this. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Philippa. All right. Do we have any questions in relation to this alternative recommendation? Councillor Charlotte?
I just want some clarity that this alternative recommendation is just bringing the funding forward, if that's what's best for the Surf Lifesaver Club. Thank you.
Okay, right, thank you. Councillor Philippa?
Sorry, I missed the question. Sorry, I might be repeating. Yeah, and
Okay,
I guess
it's exactly the same recommendation, except the years has changed.
And I guess my question, just to the Chief Executives quickly, is there any rate impact on that for this year? Or does it change the rate impact at all?
It's not this year, so I can probably answer that. It's 25, 26.
Just for the pub?
24, 25. Yeah. Yep.
Right, so bring the rating impact forward a year, but not this year.
For the 25, 26 year. So 1 July 2025 to 30 June 2026. Yeah. All right, Councillor Rob.
Yep. I understand there's still quite a high rate increase for that second year, year 2 of the LTP. So can Mike remind us of what that is currently programmed at? I think it's more than 8 or 9%.
Can I give a breakdown just after lunch? We're working on the different sectors as well.
Okay, I'm talking about the second year of that this is moving into.
I do have the latest one here. Let's pick it up. So currently you're sitting sitting at 6.5 for year 2, 6.5 up from about 6.2.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Sharp. Oh no, you're that's fine. So no further questions. So We've got a mover and a seconder. I'll then seek any comments. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. I will absolutely be supporting this, and I just want to note that 80% of our community also support this. So I just want to thank our community really for absolutely seeing and understanding the value that our surf lifesaving clubs provide, and I look forward to this project advancing.
Great, thank you. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, not a lot to add from me, just to say that this is about enabling us to, enabling the Surf Lifesaving Club to access the funding that they need to allow this project to go ahead by demonstrating our support. And the other comment I just want to make is that a number of months ago, Mayor Andrew and I attended the Zone 3 Local Government New Zealand conference in Gisborne, and we were hosted at the new Surf Lifesaving Club that has opened in Gisborne since the devastating cyclone took place at the start of last year, and what a brilliant community facility that was. And I note that the availability to the community that will be demonstrated from having a new Surf Lifesaving Club here in Wanganui will be really useful as well. So I am very happy to support this.
Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, I'm also very happy to support this. The club is doing a fabulous job and grown, and I think they were part of their national awards for the first time in many years. They were a candidate, particularly around their, it's not Little Nippers, but the program for their young people. I think for the first time they've, for many years, they've got involved in the event side as well. I think it's really important bringing it forward a year. It does help them seek funding earlier, to know that council's committed in the next year's plan. I also attended Gisborne just a couple of weeks ago for the Rowing New Zealand AGM in the same building, and it's just a fantastic community facility. Yeah, and I mean, of course, I think I mentioned yesterday, we've got the 10th longest coastline in the world in New Zealand. We are surrounded, our country's surrounded by water. Wanganui is surrounded by the sea, rivers and lakes. You know, so it's just safety, particularly for our tamariki, our children, learning to swim safely and in the sea is so important. So all mahi to that club, doing a great job. And I guess my only last thing would be, you know, I think they want, it might be a 5 to 7 million build, and I think James Newell has would like another million or so, and let's just see how they go in the next couple of years, but possibly we may need to consider some further support.
Okay, thank you. I don't think Councillor Peter, is that you? 01, you must be 01.
Yes, that's why I missed out on the first time.
All right, okay.
It wasn't my name, I was just number 1. Yeah. Just unusual. I will be voting against this at this time. I'm happy to invest in education, but of all ages, and because most drownings are a generation younger than me, middle age, so they need the education. And yeah, it's, for me, that is far more worthy of our investment than just bricks and water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Very supportive of this recommendation. This is my right of reply, basically. One of my earliest memories of when we came to Wanganui was the dig-in out at Castle Cliff Beach, and it's the whole lifeguard, it's such an important, the lifeguard service is such an important issue for a community that has a large amount of coastline. So I wish them luck. Bringing it forward a year is about helping them see that us as one of the first cabs off the rank, and good luck here to raising the rest.
Great. That was a right of reply from, but there's a late comment. So I think, so where are we up to? We got three, four. Are you against?
Against it.
Yeah, so you, okay, yeah, that's, we did wait there, so, all I would say is that I'll put this to vote, but, Wanganui is, a coastal town, and I share what Councillor Josh said, that, a trip to Gisborne to see the facility in Gisborne was phenomenal, and to put something towards that, I would support that as well. So look, as far as next step, so we'll put this to vote. There's no further comments. It is on the screen. There's no change to the wording. So all those in favour? Councillor Charlie. It looks like everyone except for Councillor. What's that? Sorry. Except for Councillor Peter. So against Councillor Peter. So everyone else is for this. So. Motion is carried. Thank you. All right, next item is Pakatoria Reserve paving and crossing, and we do have an officer recommendation, as we do with all of them, but we also have 3 from elected members. The first cab off the rank was Councillor Charlotte, that the Council approves the proposed Pakatoria Reserve Crossing project does not proceed, and the Council engages further with stakeholders to investigate alternative ways to connect the Awa to Pakatoria. So, we obviously will have Councillor Charlotte as a mover. Do we have a seconder, Councillor? I'll go to Councillor Glenda. And do we have any questions?
One question.
Councillor?
I'm not a question.
You want to comment? You're quick off the mark, but you'll get a right of reply, so that's okay. Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. There is no budget set aside for this. So my question would be, if council engages with stakeholders to investigate alternative ways, that's fine. But if there's no budget, it sets an expectation that somehow we can fund something. And there's nothing. So that's my concern. You know, it's always sets an expectation, so I'm worried.
So have you got a question?
Well, it's my question that, you know, have you considered that without a budget, you're setting an expectation? Nothing wrong with working with people, but if you don't have a budget,
So have you considered a budget is the question?
I have not personally considered a budget that would be required for this investigation work. I would propose that it could come back through an annual plan if budget was required.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask that the Chief Executive reminds us about the low cost, low something work that happens around?
Anything low cost sounds good to me, so...
Through your worship, yes. So our roading team has a investment criteria with the NZTA, who fund our normal roading activities, and that funding category is called low cost, low risk. It is a fund that is specifically for small scale projects that are targeted at improving safety on our roading network. It's an annual budget, and we have a list of sites where we have safety concerns that are ranked in priority order, and as budget allows, we work through those. Typically they will involve pedestrian safety concerns in and around kind of shopping areas, around schools, anywhere where there's high frequency or a concern that's been raised by the public around safety. So the alternative motion here to me says that rather than having a dedicated project with a relatively large budget, we will instead factor this into our normal road safety improvement program, engage with stakeholders, rank the safety concerns alongside all of the other issues that we've got on our network, and if it meets the criteria for funding from the low cost, low risk category, and it works its way up the priority order, then we could progress with it under our normal BAU budgets. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I guess a follow-on question from that would be just an assurance that our roading team would engage with stakeholders in a meaningful way that includes a broader scope than just safety.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, look, happy to say that for this particular one, we'll make sure that we engage. Obviously, a comment I should have made is the purpose of that low cost, low risk is that it is low cost. So anything that may be done in this location would be for a significantly lower amount of money. The other point I would make is that the low cost, low risk budget is heavily subscribed, and most of the top priorities at the moment are around our schools. And based on the work in the program, I suspect that in itself is going to take us a year or two to clear before this particular location has any kind of chance of making it into the priority zone of the list.
I appreciate that. I guess what I'm saying is I would wish for our roading team to not work in a siloed fashion, and if it became clear that there were other initiatives that stakeholders wanted alongside safety improvements, that our council departments could communicate with each other, and that stakeholders could be directed potentially towards other contestable funds that might be more appropriate.
Through you, Worship, yes, absolutely. You've just described BAU that we should be doing for everything.
All right, great, thank you. Councillor Josh.
Oh, I want to speak, not
Okay,
not a
all right,
question.
and Deputy Mayor Helen, you want to speak to this as well?
I've just got a question. So is this being, so we're not getting rid of this motion then? You're keeping it? Yeah. Okay.
Kōrero.
Okay.
All right,
Just
happy with
as
that?
it is. All right.
As it is fine.
So no further questions, so I'll go to comments. Councillor Josh.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going to somewhat reluctantly support this, and obviously noting that as a council-appointed board member of the Pākaitori Historic Reserve Board, I was part of the entity that brought this proposal back to council for consideration. And from the board's perspective, it was primarily about connecting Pākaitori back to the awa, because for several decades now there's been a roadway that has separated the historic reserve from the riverbed, whereas traditionally it was all one area without any separation. And so that's essentially what it was about. That said, this budget across the entire 10 years is quite highly subscribed, and I think we need to be pragmatic about acknowledging that there was a significant degree of cost associated with the proposed raised crossing. At the same time, I had a really good conversation with Councillor Charlotte over the last couple of weeks, and we talked about the fact that enabling that connection from the reserve back to the awa does not necessarily just need to be around a paved crossing. There are things we can do with art and lighting and so on. And so what I like about this particular alternative motion is that it talks about engaging with stakeholders. Now, the word stakeholders to me is a bit iffy. I think we should be engaging really closely with our iwi partners to determine what that connection looks like, And I'm really looking forward to having that conversation and keeping it broad in the sense that once we have some idea of what we could do, we can then bring it back to the table and talk about how it is resourced. So I will be supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And Deputy Mayor Helen?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'll support this. The crossing was incredibly expensive, and I think that there are other ways that the link to the river and Paikatori can be symbolised. I have put a separate motion in that councils will see town centre regeneration, and that was as a result actually of this, because and that proposes that a capital budget of 100,000 per annum from 2028-29 is added to fund initiatives that align to the Town Centre Regeneration Strategy 2016 and the Riverfront Development Plan 2011. Because then you've actually got a fund to do some things. And at the moment, there is no town centre funding at all. There is nothing to fund riverfront developments. There's just nothing in this 10-year plan at all. And this crossing was, in a form, was first signalled in the Riverfront Development Plan in 2011, and it is also mentioned in the Town Centre Regeneration Strategy 2016. But so everything comes down to cost, doesn't it? And what you can achieve with the money, and still achieves something. So whilst that later proposal I've put in doesn't specifically guarantee any funding for creating that link, it would re-enable it under it to be considered under something in the long-term plan. The difficulty we have, we only have Public Art Fund, which is 30,000 a year contestable, and to do any other initiatives, it's really, really difficult if you don't have anything in a budget. And that's what the 10-year plan is supposed to be about. It's about thinking into the future. What do we need to provision to enable things to happen? Otherwise, you're just always coming to the table for one-off projects, and that's fine too, but we're supposed to be planning for 10 years. So I'd just like people to consider that next motion, because we've dropped Town Centre Regeneration budget, and which includes we always included the riverfront in that, and iwi have always been a part of that committee on Town Centre Regeneration. We've dropped it because of tight financial times. It's not because it wasn't a good idea. And now all I'm suggesting is we start putting some money back in, some recognition that we should be doing something from the 2028-29 year, when we really should be getting further out away from problems. The other thing is, if you don't have any money in a budget, when government funds and other agencies suddenly come up with some funding that you could apply for, because you haven't got anything in a budget, you actually can't apply unless you do a motion to do an emergency loan. So we will miss out on funding in certain areas, and that symbolism between the river going through Paikatori and up to Pukenamu was the link, actually. We should be really looking at that. So I do support this because the intent is right. I do think it should still sit with this a Town Centre Regeneration Riverfront Committee that would include iwi to bring all stakeholders in, and we should just need to start thinking a bit further out. We've got a 10-year plan. Let's continue to look at 10 years of funding for things.
Yep, great, thank you. Councillor Robb.
Your Worship, will you be putting this in two parts? Because if we vote on the first one and then we consider the second one, we won't need to go to the officer one because we've already done it. Okay.
That makes sense.
So I would want to talk to the second part. Can I talk to that now, or do you want to?
It's fine. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Totally agree with what Deputy Mayor Helen has said about how this occurred. But, you know, when it was first drawn up in that town centre regeneration plan, it was that whole area closed off, the traffic diverted up Bate Street, coming up and down Marketplace. That's how it was. Now, and now it's sort of become refined to this raised crossing. What I can't vote in favour of the second part of this, because alternative safety measures means really only either a zebra crossing, a painted zebra crossing of some sort, or some sort of curb extensions. Now, when we look at this, first of all, we'd have to consider whether it's an appropriate place to have a pedestrian crossing. We couldn't get one up near the tram shed. But more importantly, the traffic issues, and we had the submission from the AA on this, are still relevant to whether it's a raised crossing or whether it's just a zebra crossing. And what we've got to recognise is that the Dublin Street Bridge, until it replaced, has a weight limit. And all heavy vehicles are using Taupo Quay, and there's a large number of them. And they're full of logs, and they're heading usually out to Wanganui East, actually. They have to come to the town bridge because of the weight restriction. So they're very adamant that they don't want another impediment in that area, whether it's a painted zebra crossing or whether it's a raised crossing of some way. And I think they've got a very good case until the Dublin Street Bridge is able to take the weights of those heavy vehicles. Okay.
Right, thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yeah. I will be voting in the same way that Helen does. I'm worried about the fact that we're not funding anything in the long-term budget. I think it worries me that it'll just get not done. I think it's very important that, I'll follow her lead. She knows where the money should go, and I'll be backing her on this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. I will be supporting this alternative recommendation from Councillor Melser. I think that I too have concerns about the heavy traffic and how having a raised crossing was going to impact those businesses that use it. It's a very, very busy road. However, we have heard that there are other ways of connecting both of those two areas. It could be from art, it could be using art, and that's why I like the B in there, where it engages further with stakeholders to investigate alternative ways to connect the Awa to Pākaitori. So I'm comfortable supporting this motion as it's allowing for the flexibility of the conversation in the future. Thanks.
No further comments, but you would like a right of reply?
Thank you.
Sharp?
Yeah. Look, I mean, this motion is really simple. All the reasons why the raised crossing shouldn't be included in this 10-year budget have quite appropriately been discussed today. But I do want to note that nothing in this motion says anything about safety measures, about traffic calming measures, and it really is just a motion to continue the conversation to investigate what that connection could look like. And I'll just leave it at that. I will.
Okay, great, thank you. So there's no further comments, so I'm going to take these one at a time, sorry. So the first one we'll vote for is A, that the council approves the proposed Pākaitori Reserve Crossing project does not proceed. All those in favour? Okay, I'm looking around the room. It looks like everyone is in favour, so that, assume that means no one is against. So that's carried. Item B, that the council engages further with stakeholders to investigate alternative ways to connect the Awa to Pakaitore. All those in favour? Okay. Got Councillor Charlie, Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Andrew, Ross, Philippa and Peter. All those against? Councillor Michael and Councillor Rob. Motion is carried. Great, thank you.
Mr Mayor, could we have a discussion about the lunch break, please?
Sure. Let's discuss the lunch break.
This is going to be a really exciting conversation. I've actually had a businessman fly in specifically to meet with me today.
Right.
This meeting's obviously going to go longer,
Yep.
so I'd like to meet with him with lunch now, if that was possible, if we broke now for our lunch break, rather than leaving it to 1, because it seems to me this meeting's got a lot more to go, because we've still got
Development
DC limit,
contributions, yeah.
so we need a lunch break. I'm just
Okay.
asking it could be now.
It's just while I appreciate what Councillor Holland's saying, I mean, this meeting was only scheduled to be going until 12:30. It's our third day of meetings, and I was going to be able to stay to, I'm going to say I can stay to 2 p.m. latest, but that's, so, you know, I was happy to go right through. But I
Okay,
just think
yep.
you're going to get the majority
look,
of people met the most of the time, or you might lose a
Yeah,
quorum.
so we're just talking about lunch break now, but I get the ending of it. Look, I've got commitments that I've got as well, and we're going to go beyond that, so that's not going to interrupt me as well. I'm sure everyone else is the same, but I do appreciate that. But deliberations are what they are, and the time that it's taking is what it is. So, and I've tried to go as fast as I can so look, I'm happy to take a lunch break now, but I suggest we're back at, rather than 45 minutes, we have 35 minutes, back at 1 o'clock. Is that okay? Right, okay.
Yeah, same.
Oh, okay. Yep, okay. Rapanui Road Trail, it's the last before the other, if that's like the last of the substantive one, so that's okay. Well, yep, thank you for that. So this item here is the Rapanui Road Trail. We have a alternative recommendation from Councillor Josh that the council approves A, 500k capital funding is allocated in 2032 to enable community stakeholders to commence fundraising for the Rapanui Road Trail project, and B, council notes the Rapanui Road Trail detailed design and construction will not commence unless the project is fully funded. Right, so do we have a seconder for that? I'm assuming Councillor Josh is the mover, Councillor Rob second. Do we have any questions of clarification around this? It's pretty simple in my view, what that means. Councillor Kate, you've got a question?
Yes, I do. Could I assume then, excuse me, that there would be a business case that would come to council before that funding was committed to as part of the annual plan or the next long-term plan?
8 years.
Yeah, I know, but that's my question.
Yes, good question.
Through your worship, if council wants a business case, then officers will produce one. I think my only qualification here is this appears to be that you are, it's moving to a community-led, community-funded model. And I think part of the reason for the officers not supporting it is probably because, based on the point of entry business case, in of itself, it wasn't an overly compelling project when it was prioritised against all of our other roading network needs. So, really, your call is the short answer.
It's a good reminder, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ross, question?
Yeah. My question is to David. This is about funding for the trail, and public feedback has been very strong about focusing on the road safety itself as opposed to the trail. So therefore my question is, with that feedback from the public, separate to that, regardless, will council officers be looking at safety improvements and the costings of that in the next annual plan or something like that? Is there going to be a focus on that road?
Through you, Worship, our normal processes for our roading network are to undertake road safety audits to actually identify and quantify the risks on our roading network, and then we use that information to prioritise the projects that we bring forward for funding. Certainly I can't see any issue why we couldn't, in the next 12 months, send one of our officers out to do a road safety audit, just to get a quantitative understanding of what the risks really are, whether they're real or perceived. The audits do pick up both aspects, because it does account for people's perceptions and feeling of safety as well as actual safety concerns. So yeah, look, we can do that, and then if there's an actual case, it can be prioritised against all of the other safety projects that are competing for the same pot of funding.
So in light of your response, David, and I don't know who to address this to, can that be an action that we do a road safety, we commit to doing a road safety audit on that road?
Through your Worship, yeah, look, I'm happy to take that away as an action. Given it's part of our business as usual function, I don't think it needs a resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Right, great. So no further questions. And do we have any comments on this, Councillor Josh?
Yeah, thank you. I consider this a fairly low risk resolution or recommendation for this council, and it reflects three things. The first is the community feedback that there was a fairly sizable number of people who were opposed to the full, I think it was $2.4 million investment by this council. The second thing is that it is not a core infrastructure priority either. And but the third aspect is that there is a dedicated community group in the Rapanui Mawhano area who have said that they are willing to put the time, energy and effort into fundraising for this project. So I liken it to any number of other community-led projects that we've been a part of. You know, we've just passed funding, obviously, for the Surf Lifesaving Club. Obviously, the Sargent Gallery is another, and there's a whole range of examples. So what this does is it doesn't commit us to anything. It notes that the project, that the 500k of capital funding and the actual detailed design will not occur until the project is fully funded. But at the same time, it enables the community groups to go out and seek funding and be able to say that council is supporting them to do so, and it's in 2032. So I ask that you all support this to enable this community group to do the best that they can to bring the funds together. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Helen.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I really love the idea of this project. I actually think it'll be fantastic. I can't support the resolutions though. And the reason being is we got a lot of feedback from various community groups involved in cycling, and they identified that there is quite a lot of need to join up a lot of the existing cycleways, so that we have got a more of a complete and joined up network. So to me it was very clear we need to review our current pathway strategy, that's that cycle pathway strategy, have a good look at where we've got the gaps, identify those, and then prioritise where we'd put funding. And at that point, then you can say, yeah, okay, then might be one that we can prioritise in a certain year and when. So I just want to say to the group who have put this forward, look, come back to us, you know, keep it a live project, let us do this work and work with us, with all the other cycle groups around where we need to finish our network so it's complete. Let's work out a strategy of what we can fund when, and then everybody's on a really good work program. So yeah, go for it, guys. Keep the faith. Let's start working together and do the job properly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Philippa?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I also won't be supporting these resolutions pretty much for what Councillor Helen said. I think this signals to the community that this is the trail that we're going to, this is our focus. You've got to remember the government has basically got rid of the funding pretty much, I understand, for under the Emergency Response Fund, you know, for cycleways, prioritising roads and roads of national significance again. So we've got quite a lot of work still to do and we did get feedback through the process. I mean, you know, it was like if we're going to win this, however big this 50 million lottery tomorrow, you know, anything's possible. But I don't, you know, bottom line is we got a majority was against this. I think 58% were opposed as opposed to 33% for it. It was brought by a community group, and good on them. You know, but really the feedback we got was focus on other safety measures, fund other priority cycleways, and look for other funders. And I think we got the kind of feedback was, let's join up the network closer to Wanganui. And obviously, you know, people just love, and they, you know, the U Park Cycleway project, and actually getting a loop around there. I mean, okay, we haven't had definitive feedback, but we haven't asked, would seem to me to be more of a priority. We actually started that project. That cycleway was going to come down the Wanganui east side. That's where it was going to come when we were building that bridge. But so there is work behind that, and personally I'd like to see us look towards that one first as a priority cycleway. So I can't support this. I think it tells the community this is our priority, and it's not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ross. Oh, Rob, sorry.
Oh,
Rob,
thank you. Yeah. I'll probably be in a rest home when this 500,000 is needed. But look, I had totally agree with the prioritisation of this. I've never been particularly keen on the Rapanui Road as a cycle trail, and totally agree with the presentations that were made about completing the network, especially down the Wanganui east side. But I am going to support this because this is the type of effort from a community group that I personally, and I think as a council, we should encourage. You know, we need organisations such as this coming to us and saying, I'm going to raise all this money if you give us this. You know, and I go back to the velodrome. That didn't happen. You know, so this, I'm going to support this purely as an encouragement for this group to carry on with this project. And I welcome the funding if they can get it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ross.
I think I'm the third one against this resolution.
Yep.
And I'm not actually against the proposal or the idea. In talking to a local resident who lives up Tayforth Road, he's a lovely gentleman, and he made a very compelling case. He said, if you get the Rapanui Road Trail done, we need to connect Tayforth Road to Westmere and on. And that brought me, I looked at that and went, yeah, that's exciting. We can actually go from the city all the way out to Malfinau Beach and beyond. I thought it was very exciting when he told me about the linkages. And then just now I heard Councillor Helen talk about, let's tidy this up. Let's meet with the cyclists and the walkers and so on. And let's get this network a little bit more tidied up than currently. That swayed me right in that instant to not support this resolution. We need to tidy this up.
Okay, Councillor Josh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a bit of a tongue-in-cheek comment to finish off, to say that it's not often that Councillor Vincent and I move in second to recommendations, so I reckon it's got to be a pretty compelling case. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, no, I saw the opportunity there when Rob put his hand up to pounce on that one. So look, so just my comment here is that I got a letter from every child at Westmere School. Plus I had a number of different members of that particular community come and see me or send me support for this. So look, I've got a bit of a soft spot for this one. And I do see the road safety in that particular area, but I think we need to widen up our thoughts. I've had a number of conversations around with cyclists around Wanganui that we can do a whole lot better on that space. But purely on this particular subject, I think this is a really pragmatic approach to balancing affordability with looking to get on with the job and planning for fundraising to make this happen on a particularly busy road, and something I think is an area that's going to grow in Wanganui's future as well with the population growth. So I'm happy to support this as well. So I'll put this to the vote. As it is up there. So all those in favour? Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Andrew, Michael, Rob. All those against? Kate, Helen, Ross, Philippa and Peter. What's that? 6 to 5. So it's carried. Okay, motion is... Oh, do we have any abstainees? I don't think we do. So, Charlie's left. That's the issue. Okay. So, this motion is carried. So, thank you very much. My suggestion is that we're back at 1:15 to resume, and hopefully we can power through. I just want to make sure we have a quorum. We've had a, what,
Yeah, we do have quorum.
what's the quorum?
Quorum is, oh, hang on, it's not there.
And
So that's not, we do have a quorum. So quorum is. Majority plus one. Sorry, hang on, majority plus one. So 13. What,
yeah, Philippa's gift going at 2, yeah.
2. So majority plus one, so 7. 14.
8. No, we'll have a majority, I think, just.
8.
Yeah.
I've got 9 here
Yep.
at the moment, but
Okay.
he's leaving at 2.
Right, so if you just, behind the scenes, just
I'll
confirm
keep
that.
an eye on that. Oh, when we get to DCs, it'll change. But at the moment, the meeting can begin and decisions can be made.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we
Push
can
come
do
to shove, we can.
Fees and charges we want to do first of July.
Let's go first of all to other issues. So, excuse me, other issues. First item is accessible bathrooms. The office, there's only an office resolution, and that is that the council approves officers bring back an options paper for potential locations and costs for a fully accessible bathroom for future funding consideration by council. Councillor Rob to move, Councillor Philippa second. Are there any questions around this? We had a presentation from a member of the public. And any questions of clarification? Councillor Philippa?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming this should be pretty simple. No questions. Do we have any comments around this? Councillor Ross.
I just want to acknowledge Tiffany Davies and her friends for making that submission. Really appreciated and opening up our eyes to a need in our disability community.
Yeah. No, I'll say briefly, because I've had a little bit to do with this on the periphery as well. The presentation we had from Tiffany Davies and others was really powerful. Not only that, but Minnie Baragwanath came in here to talk to us about Whanganui becoming the first city of possibility, which is around the spectrum of disability to accessibility to possibility. And we've just had Sir Robert Martin pass away in the last few weeks as well. So I think that does highlight for me the importance of considering all our community. So this is, I think, is a really strong resolution. So I will, no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen as it is. All those in favour? I think it's everyone. So no one against. So carried. Motion is carried. So thank you. Next item is curbside recycling, and we've. I'll just I'll wait for you to finish that. And Helen Craig. Yeah. Yep.
Great.
All right.
So we have one from Councillor Rock.
Yep. So we have an alternative recommendation from Councillor Rob that. So just all clear on that. So so that curbside recycling, that a curbside recycling service collection area remain as written into the contract. So that is, we've obviously got a mover, Councillor Rob. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Philippa?
Oh, sorry, I can ask a question once you've done that.
No, you can ask
Sorry.
questions now. We have a mover and a seconder.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we aren't going with the officer recommendation, because they seem to
It's the same, yeah.
yeah, they seem to say largely the same thing. It's just that the officer recommendation seems a bit more explicit.
Okay, I'm going to pass over to. There's been a bit of this is a last half an hour or last hour kind of. So I'll pass over to David to comment.
Through you, Worship, whilst the outcome of the two resolutions is probably the same, there is a difference in terms of the elected members' alternative is, I suppose, very inclusive, which means it's confirming that the service will be delivered to every household that's identified in the contracts. There's quite a prescriptive schedule. The officer's recommendation obviously only deals with the matter of the petition, so I can't see any technical issues with the alternative resolution, and I can't see any issue why it would cause a problem if it was to pass. So from that point of view, I'm happy to accept it.
Right. Okay, great. No further questions on this. So, oh, sorry, Councillor Kate.
So it was just around the clarity for members of the public, I guess. As long as it's clear that, I mean, my interpretation is that it's that Councillor Robb's recommendation means that Pickwick Road and Dickens Lane will be included in the contract, is included in the contract. So there's no deviation to the plan.
That's correct.
That's all. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So there's no further questions. So do we have any comments on this? Councillor Robb.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I think we've got to recognise here that there is a legal obligation for this council to provide a curbside collection before 2027. Now, and I acknowledge there has been a little confusion in this process on the description between urban and rural, but the original intention here was that this service would cover the areas that were currently getting a collection of their refuse, their waste. And the areas like has been mentioned, the Pickwick Road, Dickens Lane area, Papeete area and others all get a a refuse collection delivered by the waste companies. That's what has been matched. And I think that if we start deviating from that, I think we're really opening a bit of a can of worms here. There are quite a number of properties that could dispute whether they're rural or urban, but I think it also has to be recognised that there are many within that area, probably the same percentage as in the urban area, that really want the service. You know, and it was 65% in the last, and we said everybody's going to have it. I think we've got to stay with the contract as it's been written. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yeah, I support this resolution. It tightens everything up and makes it much more clearer. So,
great. Thank you. So no further comments. So I'll put the motion on the screen that the curbside recycling service collection area remain as written into the contract. All those in favour? Against? Or Councillor Ross? The rest are in favour. All right, motion is carried. Thank you. Next item, we've covered tramways. Next item is Councillor Law around economic development. He is not here, so what's that, sorry? I have an alternative motion. I haven't seen that, so. Sure. Councillor Michael, who's absent at the moment, so we won't be able to take that one. So Councillor Charlotte has an alternative recommendation, which I'll just wait for that.
Wait, it's yours to just increase it by 100. Yeah, good.
Okay, so Councillor Charlotte, that council increases the Wanganui Partners budget by 100,000, effectively the same as the previous one. We have a mover, Councillor Charlotte. We have a seconder, Councillor Josh.
Question.
Question from Councillor Kate.
So, look, my question around this is strategically, it's really important that we support youth technology education entrepreneurial activity as part of the Whanganui Partners. My question is, as we go forward, and we've left the Whanganui Partners budget as is at the moment, no, I didn't mean at the moment, with any kind of prior thinking, it is as it was. Strategically, in terms of our planning, strategically, how are we going to form up what Whanganui Partners look like, or what activity they're going to be embarking on in the next year or two? I think that's an important question before we go down this.
Cool. Yeah, just rather than assume that it's.
So, through your worship, I'm going to just be a little more precise on our language, because yes, Whanganui Partners still exist under that name as we talked about, but we're talking about the council's economic development activities as a whole, which is inclusive of Whanganui Partners. But notwithstanding that, the budget as it stands in the draft at the moment includes a circa $900,000 reduction compared to the current year's budget, which is, a material cut. We, as management, we can make that work, but obviously, as you know from previous discussions, that is going to involve slowing down some of the work program, pulling back from a number of projects that Whanganui Partners were either planning to undertake or have committed to starting, that will need to be put on ice effectively. In terms of what they do going forward, we've also had prior discussions around how the current economic development strategy, which was drafted and adopted in 2019, is dated and is probably getting to the point post-COVID where it's no longer reflective of our current reality, and an update and resetting of the strategic direction is required. So if we stick with the budget as it is drafted, there probably isn't sufficient funding to do that strategic reset and do the work, the research that's necessary well enough and properly. So it will be a case of you kind of continue with the status quo, but in a slower, smaller scale version of our economic development activities. Any increase in the budget that any of you put forward right now is obviously just going to make what we can deliver a little bit easier and a little bit greater and a little bit quicker.
That said, this recommendation, as it's crafted up there, does not come with a caveat about what it's to be intended to use for.
That's correct. So I put forward another alternative motion to broaden the scope of what that could look like, so our economic development team can undertake that strategic lens and utilise this added budget where they see fit, which is somewhat prescribed, but not within this motion.
If I may make a further comment off the back of Councillor Charlotte's, certainly that quantum of money would allow us to do both the intent of Councillor Laws as well as cover the cost of resetting the strategy. If we dedicated that 100k to those two activities. That said, I don't see there being a technical need to prescribe it in the resolution, because at some point we're going to be coming back to council with the work programs for economic development anyway, for your approval.
We keep asking questions.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Look, I'm a little bit confused because it's new information to me, and perhaps I didn't hear that what I've interpreted that you've just told me is there is no funding for strategic planning in terms of what the economic development strategy looks like going forward. It's in need of a reset, but we haven't provisioned for looking to the future and how it should be.
Through you, Your Worship, maybe I've not been quite precise enough in how I've described it. Councillors have determined the level of reduction in the economic development budget that has gone into the draft budget. We can absolutely do a reset of the economic development strategy, but funding that piece of work will be based on prioritising it over and above something else that's in the work programme already, and we're going to have to figure out how we deliver a reset strategy plus continuing the highest value work that Whanganui and Partners have been delivering and fit within the budget envelope that you're giving us. This is very much a scalable activity. We can, based on the budget envelope that you provide, this resolution will allow us to do a little bit more without having to make as many trade-offs in order to prioritise the reset of the strategy.
Okay, so I'm not seeing up there any direction about what this extra 100k would be used for.
That's not
Is that a question?
That's not a question.
Are you?
As I said before, I have quite intentionally left that quite open-ended for our economic development team to incorporate this increase or reduction and cut, should I?
Could I
think would be.
suggest that the increased budget be devoted to, or largely devoted, with a bit of management flexibility, largely devoted to future direction or resourcing the new economic development
So
strategies?
you're looking to amend
Ma'am,
that?
Andrew, can I ask a more
Sorry, so I'm just
principled-
asking a question
yeah,
right
but
now.
this is my question. The most important question is I want to ask of the Chief Executive. I understand we've had no submissions on Whanganui and Partners. We've got a 10-year plan that's silent on it. We've had no submissions, and we've been told previously when there's no submissions, there's nothing in the 10-year plan. There's no submissions. This is not an issue that we can even we can just consider. That is what we have been told through previous LTP, long-term plans, annual plans. So I don't think that we can even consider this. Sorry to give you another curly one.
I've got a view on that, but I'll let the Chief Executive respond first.
And there's certainly no budget.
So, through you, Worship, I certainly have a different view. This is your plan. You can, you're adopting the plan in its entirety. You're not restricted to only those items that you consulted on, and you're not restricted to only those items that you receive submissions on. Obviously, if you do consult or do receive submissions, those things ought to be front and centre of your attention. But this is an adoption of or deliberation of the entire plan.
I think the Local Government Act and possibly the auditor might see it differently, but I'm
Is this a question?
Okay, no, that's
well,
let's.
this
So I've given the Chief Executive a chance to respond, and that's his view, and I'm not going to speculate what others might think of this or not. So until we have the real information in front of us, so I'll go to Councillor Kate.
Oh, look, I was just suggesting that the recommendation get amended, and I think your 100k is too much.
Okay,
So
would you be happy to put up
I'm
to 100k?
Yeah, up to 100k.
I'd be happy to add that wording.
Okay, all right.
I don't think we can provision up to an amount in the budget, can we? It's got to be a sum.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, and
I'm just asking what that's what Councillor Kate is suggesting, and David, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, so through your Worship, a couple of things. First of all, if you're going to caveat it with those kind of words, then you need to ring fence it for a particular task, because otherwise it's just a generic up to. The other point I would make is that the wording up to, as a general rule, is superfluous, because all of our budgets are always up to, and they're never a target to aim for, and we always try and deliver the work under budget. It's a given, but that said, I have no objection to them being included.
Totally accept that.
Yep,
David.
no, I'm happy to accept that. I was going to say that if it's up to, it's got to be for something that you spend something on and realise it's not going to be.
Yeah, so
I'm just thinking, you know, we've spent a bit of time on the wording here, and I've still got quite a few. Yeah,
if it would get a member over the line, I would be happy to direct this budget towards youth technology initiatives and strategic direction. No.
Look, I think you're. Yeah, look, this is too much on the fly for me. I think we should stick with what we've got here.
Yeah, I mean,
it is what it is.
Yeah, great. Okay.
And making, you know, just developing alternatives literally on the fly, I think, is a bit too much in this case. So, any further questions, Councillor Glenda? Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I do have a question about this. It feels like to me that this has just come out of nowhere, and I don't know much about it. Has there been a piece of work done, or is there a strategy for this proposed resolution? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is the alternative recommendation. Michael Law is not here, so Councillor Charlotte's is.
I'll shelve that question.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Councillor Ross, question.
I am a wee bit lost, and I want to be able to vote clearly rather than abstain. Could I ask the CE, in as simpler language as I can cope with today, what would it mean if we did not provide an increase to the budget of $100,000? What is the consequence of not providing that money?
Through your worship, in the most simple terms, we will do less economic development activity work.
Right. Okay, so we have a mover. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Josh? So do we have any comments in relation to this? We have a few. Councillor Philippa, then Rob.
Charlotte first.
I'm happy to have the last say.
Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, we've had no submissions on William Partners from what I'm pretty clear of 1600. And this is a councillor, we've had, it's not in our LTP, but we've had no submissions, so I stand with that this should not even be on the table. But apart from that, I read that we still have a economic development budget of over 5.5 million. We have a new CCO committee we've got Wong Partners coming in-house from the 1st of July. Our Chief Executive has given us lots of advice coming forward and making those decisions, and we know the budget for that, and we've got a committee that is going to be considering everything around that. So there's just no way I could support this resolution. That's just come out of the fly's got no clarity on what it's for. I'm very disappointed it's actually here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I can't support this either. I just say whoa, because we started off to a 10.8% increase. I think we're up to 11.3 or something now. That's only for the average. The residential's probably 2 or 3% higher than that. You know, so at some stage, I'm looking to cut it back. I'm not looking to add on another 100,000. You know, so this may be warranted, but at this point in time, I just don't think we can consider an increase like this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yes, I will not be supporting this bill either. As everybody knows, I'm continually advocating for a 5% rate increase. Therefore, you know,
Okay.
I can't, in all honesty, support increasing our rates of demand.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Helen.
Yeah, look, I am going to support it. I hear what everybody else is saying. We've already made a massive cut to the budget, to what is the economic development budget, and it's such a big cut that it is going to have a really detrimental effect on just about every area of their activity to such an extent. I think they're going to be really hamstrung.
Yeah.
And when you've got a massive downturn in an economy, that's when you have to start working really hard to ensure that the bottoming out of that trough, that we're not sitting at the bottom of it. So I think that this is simply because we've already had agreed to that massive cut, this is bringing some balance in. And remember, there wasn't a lot of science behind that cut.
Yeah.
There just wasn't. And it was just about getting the rates down. And yeah, you need to make sure that we are resourced enough, and it's still only going to be just enough, so that the people you want to perform actually have got some budget to actually perform in what is going to be a very difficult next couple of years. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So, Councillor Josh.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to support this. As you all know, I had a counter view to the majority on bringing Wanganui and Partners in-house to begin with. Now that it is in-house, I want it to have the best possible chance of success. And like Deputy Mayor Helen, I also worry that bringing it in-house and remodelling it, coupled with a $900,000 cut, is going to make that process quite difficult to achieve. You know, we want this to succeed because the majority around this table felt that the previous model wasn't working as well as it could, and so we're trying a new pathway. So let's resource that pathway. And of course, this council has already begun the process of reviewing our economic development strategy. If we want that to be a success, again, we need to resource it. So I'm happy with bringing that $900,000 cut back to an $800,000 cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. I would just like to reiterate Councillor Josh's last words there. To reduce a $900,000 cut to an $800,000 cut. This is our economic development agency that we are bringing in-house, which is a huge upheaval, along with a $900,000 cut. We need to we are in really difficult economic times, and we absolutely need to give our town and our economic development agency the best chance that we can under tough times to get us through this period. So I will obviously be supporting this motion that I have put forward, and I would hope that it gets enough support around the table. Thank you.
Right, thank you. There are no further comments, so I will put the motion on the table put the motion that the council increases the Wanganui Partners budget by $100,000. All those in favour? Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Kate, Helen, and against? Councillor Glenda, Andrew, Rob, Ross, Philippa and Peter. Motion is lost. So we revert back to where it was. So thank you very much, and also to Councillor Michael as well for his alternative recommendation. So we move now to there is an Deputy Mayor's back, so we can actually move to the item around other requests, which is around bus shelters. So I'm just wondering, I'm not, yeah, I'm just,
This.
okay, we'll just get up exactly what it is first,
Yeah.
and then, okay, I just want some explanations.
Yeah.
Oh, these are two separate requests. Yep. The first one is that of the bus shelter. The second one is that of town centre regeneration. So we'll deal with this first one.
Can I suggest a slight amendment to this, Councillor Craig, that this budget is put forward for bus shelter maintenance, which absolutely would include cleaning, but it broadens the scope a bit. So this is information that I've been in discussion with Damien about this being on the Public Transport Committee, and it would be more appropriate wording, but do the same thing, give the same effect.
So you're suggesting removing the words
cleaning
to maintenance?
Correct. And so that broadens the scope.
That includes
cleaning. Correct.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. No further questions. Oh, sorry, one from Councillor Rob.
Yeah, if there's a need for this money, why has the officer not put a request forward, David?
He has.
It hasn't come. This hasn't come from an officer.
Through your worship, I think the answer to that is probably because of the fiscal environment we're in. The focus has been on reducing rates and finding service level cuts. In the grand scheme of things, yes, our bus shelters are important, but are they a priority for increasing cleaning right now? At the time of preparing the budgets, officers probably didn't think it was something that we ought to be putting forward in the current environment. Clearly, you've heard submissions from some of our community that they have a different view, so it's not inappropriate for you to consider this. And certainly, from a management's point of view, an increase to the budget would be useful. We get a lot of issues with graffiti damage, and the current budget is insufficient to keep on top of those matters.
Right, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Yes, thank you. David mentioned the word insufficient. In order for me to support this, my question to the CE is, here we go. When have we run out of money in the current financial year to maintain our bus shelters? And if the answer is yes, does that mean that damage, repairs or maintenance of bus shelters will not occur until after July the 1st, or does money come from other areas to do that what's needed?
Through your worship, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what our spend to date on that particular budget line is. Happy to go and look at it. The reality is we will be prioritising the most critical repairs and maintenance work and deprioritising others so that we can stretch the budget as far as it'll go. Through your worship, I've just had confirmation from Sarah, the budget's already gone this year. It's fully expended.
Okay, so by interpretation, and I don't want to make any officers uncomfortable, but does that mean that if you are prioritising based on your by officers' criteria, that there could be bus shelters that have got vandalism and they sit like that until after July the 1st because they're lower down in the assessment of what needs to be done?
Yep. Through your worship, yes, that's correct. Effectively, our maintenance program is fit for budget rather than fit for purpose.
Okay, happy to. We've got a seconder, Councillor Kate. So, and any comments? That's Councillor Peter.
Yeah, I fully support this motion. My only concern is it enough? If we've already run out of the 24-25 budget, will the $15,000 make it up for the 25-26 budget?
It's a question, not a, okay, it's a comment, so great, thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you. So this is a small matter after all the big stuff, but we've had a couple of submissions that pleaded for money to keep up our bus shelter network to a level that at least people felt comfortable being in those bus stops. Children use them, a lot of elderly people use them, as well as other members of the public. And the main concern was in the general cleanliness of them. And I understand from officers they currently only get cleaned twice a year because that's just budget. There's just not enough budget. And then the cleaning, I think could always be improved. But then we have the maintenance issue of just repairing when there's been breakages to the glass or other defacing. I think this budget's only currently $15,000, you know, like it's a very small amount of money. We've more than probably doubled our bus shelters in the last couple of years with the new network that's gone through. So that budget just gets stretched more and more and more and more. I have to say there's the new bus shelters going in at the moment, which are looking fantastic. There's some really great work being done, but I think they're paid for by Horizons, but we're left with the maintenance. So this is small cheese. I think it will make just a tiny, tiny blip in the budget, but for those who use the bus stops, hopefully it'll just keep things looking clean, because there's no point us putting new stuff in if we can't look after it, really. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Charlotte.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, I'd like to thank Deputy Mayor Craig for bringing this motion forward. So, yeah, she's absolutely right that our bus shelters have increased by 17 over the last year. Now, that was through a Waka Kotahi grant for that, and that came in line with our new high-frequency route, the Tide. Now, at the same time, Horizons has just announced that our public transport budget will be significantly increased, with heading towards a more high-frequency routes around our urban network and also into regional networks. We do know that our public transport infrastructure maintenance budget has been under budgeted year on year on year and hasn't increased with inflation or indeed with the increase in our bus shelters. So Councillor Craig is right, $15,000 is absolutely a drop in the bucket in terms of what is needed. I will say that Horizons is, they fund our network, but it is us that fund the maintenance of our public transport infrastructure, like bus stops and signage. So it is our responsibility, and I think that we absolutely have an obligation to bolster this budget to look after the infrastructure that we have. Thank you.
And Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, I mean, the increase in the Horizons, the Tide, etc. I mean, that's great for, you know, greener transport, etc. for our community. And why I appreciate there's an issue there, I just can't, all these rate increases are just sending our rate upward at the moment. And we've worked hard to get it down. And without having clarity, I think it's an issue we need to consider, but today's not the day to do it. Unfortunately, it would only take a couple of graffiti incidents or smashing some of the glass for any kind of budget to be blown. And won't be supporting this, and I unfortunately am 2 hours late for something I'm meant to go to. Appreciate this is really important stuff for us, but I would, any other further items, I would just suggest our council really look at the rates impact we're making on these other proposals. So I won't be supporting this one, or I wouldn't be supporting Town Centre either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are no further comments on this, so I'll put the motion on the screen that the council approves the budget for bus shelter maintenance be increased by 15,000 per annum from 2024 to 25. Yeah. All those in favour? Councillor Charlotte, Josh, Glenda, Kate, Helen, Andrew, Ross and Peter. All those against? Councillor Rob and Philippa. Motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Philippa, I think you've got to go now, but thank you. And we still have a quorum, so we'll carry on with the second item for other requests, which is the capital budget of $100,000 per annum for 2028-29 is added to fund initiatives that align to the Town Centre Regeneration Strategy 2016 and Riverfront Development Plan 2011. So obviously we'll have a mover, Deputy Mayor Helen, and do we have a seconder for this? Seconder, Councillor Kate. Great. So do we have any questions of clarification around this? Obviously it's out into the 2028-29 year, so we'll have another LTP round prior to that, but any further questions? Councillor Peter, clarification.
Yes. Helen, since you're putting this proposal, and I was guided by your advice over the Pakatori crossing, will this extra money come into that, and will it be considered?
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Ask him to turn you on again.
Right.
A project such as the Paikatori crossing, yes, it would be within the consideration because it is in the Riverfront Development Plan 2011 and it's also in the Town Centre Regeneration Strategy 2016. So if it's advanced, this is one of the avenues it could get funded from, or something arising similar.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Yep. Probably goes to David, but my understanding is that Councillor Craig, you lost the budget for Town Centre Regeneration. It was removed. To David, my understanding was that it was removed primarily because the focus for town regeneration was going to be on the potentiality of a hotel, and that was the reason why it was removed from that focus. Is that correct?
Through your worship, no. There's an element to that played in, but the primary reason is associated with our move to a business case methodology. So the intention was that our projects are identified up front, business cases developed, and then specifically budgeted for in the long-term plan, rather than having the annual reoccurring pots of money that you then figure out what you're going to spend as you go. So that was the primary reason for the proposed change from management.
So part two to that is, would it be correct then for me to interpret that to mean, when you say business case, case by case, that these would then come through the Aspirations and Communities Committee for consideration? Is that the channel now?
Through your worship, it depends on what the final terms of reference for that committee are, given they're under review at the moment. My comment would be that this isn't, if this is added back in, it isn't totally incompatible with our business case methodology. We can still produce point of entry business cases, because my understanding, the intent of Councillor Helen is that this fund is targeted at relatively small projects. So they could be entirely feasible to identify a project, develop a point of entry business case, and implement the project within the same year if they are small scale in nature. So it's not incompatible, but like I say, I've explained the rationale for the move away from that type of budget already.
So, sorry, the town rejuvenation. I remember the discussion saying that it was timely that because it's a big document, it's been going for a number of years. There was discussion about it being reviewed and updated. Where would that, if that's correct, where would the potential cost, if there is one, sit with this proposal?
Through you, Your Worship, it wouldn't sit with this proposal because the resolution as it's drafted is specifically for a capital budget. Sorry, for further clarity, redrafting or updating a strategy is an operating activity.
Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hallam.
I'm going to speak to it. I'm not going to ask a question.
Okay, right. So we've got a mover and a seconder. There are no further questions. We'll move to comments. Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. Currently we have two very good, professionally produced plans. One's called the Town Centre Regeneration Strategy 2016 and the other is the Riverfront Development Plan 2011. They were done by Urbanism Plus, which is an Australasian firm on urban planning, urban development. And they weren't cheap. And we've got no budget against them at all. I hear David's rationale in that a business case methodology is a preferred method of bringing projects through, and that's fine for the bigger projects, absolutely fine. But without any budget, there's just going to be, I think, very little happen, because who's going to think up, oh, we now need to put some extra seating here, or we want this there, or we want to zhuzh this up there. Who's going to do that? Is it the members around this table, or we've got no staff member anymore thinking about town centre regeneration? So I am really worried about it, and it's projects like the Paikatori Crossing, that one's far too expensive, but other things could have been worked up, and without any budget, it makes it very hard to say you're even going to be successful in whatever you're working on. The other thing is, at times governments do pop up with money that, as long as you contribute, you can grab that money, and we've seen that with Drews Avenue, where the Streets for People funding, as long as we funded 10%. And so we put a funding application and got 400,000, and we only had to put in 40 grand. But there was that application had to go within a month, and you had to show that you had money available to be the co-sponsors. The same with Guyton Street. We had to co-fund that, and that was a massive amount of money that we got from central government, but we had to have some co-funding in it. And to suddenly have to come and run in here and say, oh, we need to have a bit of money in the budget, because you've got to somehow do it, makes it very difficult. So what I've done, because I know it's very tough times, I've put this in this is in 5 years' time. It's going to go through another LTP, but I probably won't be in this chamber at that time. And I tell you, town centre regeneration is going to drop off. It's just going to drop off everybody's radar. And there's one thing I learnt from those two plans, if you've got hours and hours and hours to read them, they've a great job, is that, like any shop window, how attractive it is often determines how successful that shop is. And that's what a town centre is. It is your shop window.
And if you're trying to attract an employee and he might or she might come to the hospital or to Q West or whatever, and then the partner comes along with the kids and they look at your town centre, that's one of the key indicators, and they'll go, this is looking a bit drab, this is not looking exciting. They'll say, sorry love, I'm not moving here on the month of Sundays, I don't care how good your job is. And that's what those two studies showed me and informed me. That was a big education thing. So that's why I think it's so important that we do not lose focus, and things date. They do date. Now we have, with that injection of money we've had from Town Centre Regeneration budget in the past, we've managed to keep things exciting. And you look at that Drews Avenue and more latterly here, and lots of other small things we've done which you don't even know. It's like the alleyways and things like that. We could do a lot more, and now that's all on hold. And I just think we need, I'd prefer to bring this budget earlier. I'm just very conscious of constraints at this economic time. So I just urge you to put it in, and hopefully somebody takes up the cudgel in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I don't think we've nailed the... No, I'll start again. I think the business case process is really good. I think it's going to help us, and indeed it has helped us prioritise ideas and promote new initiatives in this town. At the same time, I don't know that we've got it nailed yet in terms of how existing pieces of work, you know, meritorious pieces of work, stay on track. That said, you know, in difficult times, it's really hard to keep the progress up on things like the town centre. So I guess for me, as a stopgap, I'm prepared to support this, but I think we need to come up with a slightly better way of ensuring that these pieces of work don't drop off the radar. Because they're not new and exciting. It doesn't mean they don't have merit.
Yep, no, thank you. David.
Through your worship, it may just be appropriate for me to jump in here because I don't want don't want us to become slave to process just simply because of my explanation around the business cases. As I mentioned before, what Councillor Helen's proposing here is not incompatible with our business case approach. You could almost consider the town centre regeneration a programme business case that will then give a rise to many small projects along the way. And in that regard, it's probably not that dissimilar to the low-cost, low-risk budget that we discussed earlier on. It's a budget for a programme. We've pre-identified a number of initiatives and then prioritised them within that category. And I could see a similar approach, certainly given we've got until 2028 to go through the town centre regeneration strategy, identify the starting list of those small projects, rank and prioritise them, and then as the funding comes online, you work down the list in priority order. So, you know, like I say, it's not incompatible with our business case approach. It is a new approach, so there is going to be an element of maturing and evolving that we go through with this, which I think is what Councillor Kate is alluding to. So yeah, don't let my comments be the hurdle that stops you approving this, I think is what I'm trying to get to.
All right, thank you. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said, and I do support this recommendation and I'll be voting for it. I was really excited getting onto council in 2016 and realising that this strategy had been adopted. And if I reflect back over the 8 years since then, you know, we've done some pretty cool stuff. not only with the funding that was provisioned through our own budgets, but also referring back to Deputy Mayor Hallen's comments, we've been able to unlock some significant funding for big ticket items as well that have had a real impact. And I mean, I know we all agree that the enhancement of Drews Ave over the last couple of years through the Living Streets funding has been a real game changer for that area and unlocked a whole lot of vibrancy. And what I see from this funding is a pathway back for us to be able to do some of the other big ticket game changing items that are proposed as part of the town centre regeneration strategy. I'm not suggesting that this budget alone is going to be sufficient to do it, but I think of things like the Lower Victoria Avenue redevelopment, which I was and remain bitterly disappointed that we didn't get across the line. I think of things like the revitalisation of Majestic Square, and particularly with the Sargent Gallery reopening, it talks about that corridor from Maria Lane all the way up to the gallery that we could achieve through revitalising what the Majestic Square looks like. And so I like this because it gives us a pathway back to those sorts of projects, and for that reason I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
There's 3-4, isn't it? If you count Helen.
I'm not sure.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, so we're already, yeah, okay.
I'm out.
So 3-4. Any against, Rob?
Well, can you do us a service of allowing the last speaker of the day? I want to speak in favour of it, but I'm the last today, aren't I? You go.
I'm all right.
So where are we up to? Where are we up to? 3-4.
He wants to be the fourth.
Oh, you want to be the fourth?
Yeah.
4. Oh, look, it is what it is. So go for it. But let's try and keep it brief.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief because I'm going to vote in favour of this. But I just want to take this opportunity and say that, we did this major renovation of the CBD, and it's 1993 when we did it. And since then, places like New Plymouth have done 3 complete upgrades of their CBD, and while I think this 100,000 will be very handy, I think we're suffering from store blindness here in Wanganui. And by store blindness, I mean we get used to things, looking at things so often, we don't actually see the faults. And boy, you start having a look at the faults now. So he's not looking too rosy, in my opinion. So I think we've got to start looking at a major CBD renovation at some time. Obviously, it's not in this 10-year plan, but in 3 years' time, I think we've got to be looking at how we might be getting this in. And this is a $5 to $10 million project. But that's the sort of money that is needed, and this will help, but that's what we're facing.
All right. Great. Thank you. Look, I'll finish things off here unless Callum wants to write a reply. But what I would say is that my work with councils over the years, and is that a healthy heart of a city is a healthy city, just like humans. You've got a healthy heart, you're a healthy human. And I would suggest that anything to do with town centre regeneration is something that we should take very seriously. It's part of our, again, the filter of decision making I've been making through this process with core infrastructure and doing the basics. The other one is around community, and the other one is around identity. Our town centre is a big part of our identity, and so I think this is critically important to who we are as a district, and it helps our own community be proud of who we are, but also visitors to come here and go, wow, this is a great place. So I'm very much in favour of this as well. And there's no further comments. So on that, I will put the motion that Council approves a capital budget of 100,000 per annum from 28-29 is added to fund initiatives that align to the Town Centre Regeneration Strategy 2016 and Riverfront Development Plan 2011. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that's everyone. So that's easy. All right. So where we're up to is there we go. we've got one more of these to go. Okay, yep. So, but I'll just give you a heads up that we're not going to cover off the development contributions policy item today. We'll do that in the 25 June council meeting, where we're likely to have a quorum. We won't have a quorum with Glenda and myself having to not be able to make decisions on that. But that's okay because it's not going to affect the process around that. And apologies to the development community that we're probably looking for some clarity in this space, but that's the situation that we're faced with. But we do plan to push forward the fees and charges today because those need to be adopted by 1 July. So we've basically got two items left. The first one is the proposals raised through the submissions. There's an officer recommendation, and the last one will be the fees and charges. So first one first. That proposals raised through the submissions that the council considers the process for referring other proposals raised through public submissions in the long-term plan to the Strategy and Policy Committee for further consideration. Got a mover and a seconder. Mover Councillor Ross, seconder Councillor Rob. So any questions on this? Hopefully not. No questions. Any comments? Councillor Kate, question or comment?
So when it was suggested that this is what happens, is the closing the loop as part of the process, it wasn't my intent to suggest that there will be a further litigation of every item in there. Rather, it gives it a home, it gives it a bit of closure, and then we will accept that as a collective, I guess.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Noted. So I'll no further comments or questions. So I will put the motion as it's written. All those in favour? So no one against. Everyone put their hand up. So motion is carried. Thank you very much. We move on to the final item for this particular meeting, which is fees and charge. Oh, Councillor Kate.
I'm just not sure on why are we not finishing with development contributions today?
Because we won't have a quorum, is how I understand it. Yep. Councillor Glenda and myself have declared a conflict of interest.
And the declarations of interest aren't counted as part of the quorum, is that correct?
Well, we can't vote. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we need to have a majority plus one. Need to have 8. So we've only have 6. So that's the reality of where we're at, unfortunately.
I'd suggest that if we can move it to the 25th, it's probably wise anyway, given the amount of people that are absent. I think just from a democratic perspective, that having as many councillors around the table as possible is probably a good idea for something like that.
Yeah, it will be, but I guess the reality is we're faced with the situation. I was looking forward to having that as well. I didn't expect this meeting to go as long as it is, but it has, and we've obviously people had to move out. So,
Can I ask a further question?
Yeah, okay.
So what's the implication from a management perspective?
Through your worship, nothing material. I think we will proceed to produce a redrafted policy in anticipation of you accepting the report, but the policy itself isn't scheduled to get adopted until 16 July. So there's a small risk that we do some work that then gets wasted because you refuse one of the changes that we're proposing, but it's an inconsequential risk really in my view. So
thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to fees and charges. Right, yes. Sorry about that. Welcome, Tamsin.
Kia ora everyone. I'm sorry Claire can't be here today, but I will do my best in her absence. And I've got Elise driving the slideshow for me up there. So just a quick reminder, Council sets fees and charges for some of its services in line with our revenue and financing policy, and then these are reviewed quite regularly to make sure that they reflect the actual and reasonable cost to provide that service, or that they line up with the funding rationale or legislation they were set under. Due to various cost pressures such as inflation and rising insurance costs, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, the cost to provide a number of council services have increased. So this year we proposed and consulted on an increase to some of our fees and charges. This was to ensure that these cost increases are passed on to service users rather than inadvertently being passed on to ratepayers. The proposed increases we consulted on this year were a 6% increase to building consents, resource consents, health registration, cemetery fees and venues. We also proposed a few other changes, including an increase to our splash centre fees. So these have only been updated once since 2008, and we proposed a 50-cent increase to casual splash centre entry fees, noting that preschool fees, spectator fees and hydrocide fees were excluded from this. We also proposed a couple of new fees this year, one for curbside recycling. This is for new builds that are accessing the service partway through a year, transportation vehicle permits, development contribution fees, and hiring of parks and open spaces. So this was the implementation of a sliding scale fee for hiring of these spaces. This allows community groups to book these spaces for free, but will charge commercial operators based on a variety of factors. The consultation ran alongside the long-term plan. We technically received 129 submissions, which is a significant increase on 4 submissions. Because the consultation question was quite an open question, it was just, do you have any comments on the proposed fees and charges? A lot of the submissions were simply saying, no, I have no comment. So that means the actual kind of, substantive comments that you can consider here, that pool is a bit smaller. So of those, there were 36 that expressed very clear support for the proposed increases, and then 28 did not support at least one of the proposed increases, but that's at least one, not necessarily all. So just zooming in on those ones that did not support for a moment, there were 6 that specifically mentioned disagreeing with splash centre fees, 6 disagreed with the building resource consent fees, and 5 disagreed with the cemetery fees. The reasons people supported and didn't support the proposed fees and charges. Support was typically on the grounds that user pays is fair and that the proposed increases were reasonable. Not supporting was typically because people felt they were too expensive already, were in the midst of a cost of living crisis, they felt the fees don't reflect the actual service provided, and that we should improve services or find efficiencies instead. So there are a couple of amendments post-consultation which officers are recommending. These are primarily the correction of a typo and a few small clarifications, as well as an update to the MB levy building work value threshold, which is actually set by central government but collected by us, and they've recently increased it, so we're just lining up with that. There was also an additional typo, not in the consultation document but in the report attached into the report on this, which was unfortunate and gave someone a significant pay decrease. So we do need to correct that as well. Not recommending any changes beyond this. The proposed increases were fairly well supported, and the proposed fee increases throughout this document are an important part of the picture in terms of keeping cost pressures off the general rates bill. So the recommendations today are that the proposed fees and charges are adopted at the time of deliberations with the minor amendments just noted. If adopted now, officers will have time to ensure that the increases are in place by 1st of July, And this is particularly important given the LTP adoption date has been pushed back to 16th of July. Delaying the adoption of these fees and charges could affect our ability to achieve the revenue budget set out in the long-term plan. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Tamsin. No. Right, so any questions? We've got Councillor Charlotte and then Councillor Rob.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing the report. My question really is just, is majority of these increases bringing us in line with what other councils are doing for the most part?
Yeah, I don't feel confident to speak to all other councils, but they're very reasonable increases. We're reflecting in line with inflation and insurance pressures, and I would assume that that's what most councils do. David might want to add to that.
Through you, Your Worship, one of the underlying principles that we have to follow when we're setting fees and charges is typically they must be reflective of the actual cost of delivering the work. As Tamsin said, they're certainly not out of kilter with what other councils charge for similar services. It's also not uncommon to, once the original base fee is set, to apply inflationary adjustments throughout the long-term plan for them. What else could I cover off there? I think one of the main areas for variance between councils would be the level of general rate subsidy that individual councils choose to apply in order to suppress the level of fees. A good example would be the splash centre. Many councils fees don't actually reflect the full cost of operating their aquatic facilities, and they choose to apply a general rate subsidy in order to keep them affordable for elderly youth, etc., etc. The degree everyone does that too varies.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add to that it's the revenue and financing policy that kind of sets the funding rationale, so how much we would kind of subsidise something like the Splash Centre. But the increases to the Splash Centre fees brings us effectively in line with Palmerston North, and I think 50 cents cheaper than New Plymouth, off the top of my head. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you for Tamsin and David. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question for Mike. Is this the process that the introduction of a door charge at gallery and at the museum would need to go through?
Sorry, it's nothing on there. Maybe you need to borrow
Charlotte.
Yep.
You died too.
Must be getting to the end of the day. It's so.
As a very got two now.
It's going on now.
Sorry, as a very quick response to that, as we've talked about the door charge, would need to go through some form of consultation process, but we're bringing a paper, I understand, back to the strategy committee about about the fee generation for that revenue generation for that facility, and included within that paper will be the legislative requirements we'll need to go through if elected members are wanting to introduce the door charge.
Okay, so it would be this process that we're going through now. It would have to be part of that.
It's not adopted under a bylaw. It's adopted probably, and we'd need to check where it's adopted under. But similar type stuff, and we then include it within our fees and charges, which we publish each year.
Okay. Right, Councillor Ross.
Yep. In the previous slide, we mentioned the increase in fees for the Splash Centre, which is a separate aquatic centre to the Wanganui East Pool. Can I assume that because we've made the decision for the Wanganui East Pool to continue for at least another year, that the fees and charges are remaining the same at that venue?
Yes, you can. That's correct.
Oh, thank you.
Right. So no, that's no further questions, I don't think. So do we have any comments on this? Oh, that's right, I thought there was something missing. So, happy to move it, Councillor Kate. Councillor, I'll go to you, Councillor Peter, you've had a turn for a while. So, Councillor Peter second. So do we have any comments to this item? No comments, so we'll move straight to a vote. That the Council considers the submissions and feedback received on the draft fees and charges 24-25, and to B, adopts the fees and charges 24-25 subject to any necessary minor amendments. All those in favour? That's everyone, unanimous. So motion is passed.
Is this it?
I don't want it to end.
Are we there yet?
Not quite ready. Let me just dig up a. Excuse me. I'm just going to close the meeting. There's nothing more formal we need to do, I don't think. I'm just going to do closing karakia. E te ariki, kua hui, kua whakapiti, kōrero, kua whakarongo, no I arahi, no I manaki, no I tiaki I a tātou. Kua whakatau ngā whakatonga, kia piki ngā painga mō te konehera ngā iwi me te hapori. Ko ihu karaiti te ariki, āmeni. Lord, we have gathered, discussed and listened. You have guided us, you have cared for us and watched over us. Decisions have been made. So there would be benefits and improvements for the council, for our community and our people. Amen. All right, thank you everyone. That's the close of the meeting. Thank you very much for your patience and your time, particularly the council officers as well who've bared with us. I think generally it's gone really smoothly, and I just want to say thank you for those in our community. Look, what I want to emphasise is that this is really hard to make decisions. We're not going to please everyone, and it's certainly that's not going to happen. So, and that is indeed the case. But I can assure you that all of us have our heart for the community, and that's why we're here. So, thanks everyone, and enjoy. It feels like a Thursday to me for some reason, but enjoy your Friday, and thanks once again for your time.